All right. I have to test a new feature because, like I said, eventually I will get better at this because I will put energy into doing different things and making it a bit more professional than where we've been at, especially if you look at the super scuffed first stream that I did. So check this out. I have a little placeholder. Oh yeah, for a something that I can have for maybe startup or scene transition, whatever. It just allows me to hide the screen because today I have probably we're going to try and do two things: the Babel event and continue the new player guide, and I have to learn how to stop clicking. It's
You can't
a
let them see
habit
you
that does not
exhausted,
affect me in
can
real
you?
life, but in this context and with microphones and technology, it picks up any slight little click I do, and it's so magnified. So, and at some point, I want to get a microphone just for better audio quality. I would really like to not have to wear headphones, but I'm worried I'll have an echo if I do that. So I'll have to experiment with stuff like that. I am not going to go buy a whole bunch of expensive crap, but I also don't want to be completely ghetto. I could actually have a camera and have my face and everything, but I'm probably not going to do that until I am properly retired, if I can manage that. But I do need to figure out something to put on the wall in the room that I stream on because it's literally just the most boring, empty white wall ever. I have a pretty cool poster of Cowboy Bebop, the ship, the swordfish, and I have to be a little arts and craftsy to turn it into something that I can actually like put on the wall. I might do something like that. I might. I'm not a big knickknacks person, so what I really want to avoid doing is acquiring like stuff. I don't want stuff, but if it's something that's like simple and doesn't take up like a lot of space, anything but like a blank white wall. And I don't want to be one of those people that like tries to appeal to like Gen Z and have all kinds of like crazy LEDs and stuff like that. Like my computer cases are always just metal boxes. I buy ones that are like this looks like it can survive nuclear winter. And so
You
everything comes
can't
with
let them
LEDs
see you
now. But
exhausted,
I don't go out of
can
my
you?
way for like aesthetics. But at the same time, I don't want things to just be like a vast empty void. So we'll take some inspiration maybe from Shoe on Head, but with a little less like a purple pink tint. I'm not going to do the Penguin Zero and go blue either. We're going to be more Asmongold in just like a room. We don't, I won't have I won't have a million cups on the side though, or I probably won't catch any cockroaches off of me. I sprayed around the house. I am very much a bug genocider, so I don't think we'll have any of that. But yeah, I just wanted to talk a little bit about that before kicking off today because it's going to be a little weird for me. I also need to look into. So I am currently, I improved the quality of the stream up to 1080p. And that was just, simple output settings and stuff like that for YouTube to be able to display that. And I'm pretty sure that I can just look up what I need to do pretty simply to get it to 60 hertz. So at some point, I want to try and get the quality up even higher. I don't have a hard line to where I'm streaming, and I'm probably not going to drill a hole in my floor. I'm not really sure if there's a way to get around that. I do have very fancy Wi-Fi that I don't even think is I mean, I can't say it's not commercially available because I don't have special access, but it's not widespread. I have the new Wi-Fi standard. It even requires like this goofy external antenna that I
You
have to
can't
have.
let
Like
them
it's
see
not
you
even built
exhausted,
into a motherboard.
can you?
So but I still get. I don't think it's actually the Wi-Fi connection. It might actually be my internet box from my internet provider. That's my guess. I think the hardware there is not as fancy as the hardware that I have, and I've always preferred hardline connections. But I don't want to run like 100 feet of cable around my house to get downstairs, and I don't want to drill a hole in my floor. And the way the wall ports are here is kind of goofy. I don't know. I might just leave it the way it is and deal with it in the future at some point. I don't plan on living here forever, but I also don't know how long I'll be here. My forever home, though, will definitely not have these issues. So that just might be something that's a limiting factor. I don't really think that is something that holds people back that much. I very much agree with Asmongold's philosophy on streaming that it is mostly about merit and not so much about spending tons of money and having equipment. I even disagree that it's about necessarily being really good at a game. At any rate, I don't want to, how shall I say? I want to say that I don't want to put out shit, but at the same time, I'm willing to put out shit to learn, because I think it makes more sense to just do rather than sit on the sidelines forever and tell yourself you're going to figure it out. And because I have no professional aspirations whatsoever besides retirement, which is why I have that investor meeting. Very exciting day. I don't know if anyone else is into this stuff, but Tesla Autonomy Day later tonight. I expect it to be very cool for nerds and very tragic for Wall Street investors. I expect them to like not understand what they're seeing, to panic and to do something mind-blowingly stupid. But for people that are nerdy about technology and cool things, I expect it to be pretty epic. So that's definitely going to occupy a decent portion of my evening in, what is that, in 6 hours. So we'll get a decent amount of time. And I have no idea if I'll be interrupted between now and then as well. So we are kind of winging it, and this is a lot of preamble. First thing we're going to do, I am not going to invest heavily in this banner, and it's not I don't actually care that much about Wizadel and stuff like that either. That's not too much why, but I am pretty thin on resources because I've been pretty unlucky for a decent amount of pulls in the past. Like Degenbacher, I got pretty unlucky on that. I got unlucky on the last two limited banners, which is funny for somebody that says luck is a lie. It's all an illusion. It's all averages, which is true. But my resources have gotten pretty thin, and I don't have like no matter how strong or not strong Ascalon is, doesn't really matter to me. I felt like it was important for me to get Degenbacher. Where the heck is she? Because of Tremble. Is that what it's called? Fright. They changed it to Frighten. Whatever. She was the first operator to have this effect, and I like to test things out myself and have opinions, and I really avoid, as much as I can, stuff from CN to a certain extent, unless it's maybe looking up modules that are coming out or something like that. But I want to have my own opinions on things. I don't want it to be tainted by what I think is oftentimes, like CN, there will be people on CN, and it's not that they're not smart or don't know their shit. What it is they have an opinion, and it's not that it's wrong. It's that there's a nuance that doesn't get translated over to EN. So, for instance, like when Ling came out, and so many people talked about how she was the most broken operator of all time, and the criteria that they had used was how many stages she could solo. And that's a really stupid criteria, because you can't beat any stages just deploying Ling. You need Ling and you need her summons. And I understand her summons don't occupy squad slots, but they do occupy deployment slots just like any other operator. So that meant that Ling is powerful in a very narrow margin of scenarios where you have no extra squad space to spare, but you have deployment to spare. How often does that actually happen, though, where you have an abundance of deployment and a huge restriction on squad space? Because it's almost always the opposite. And so cases where I can think of that, you could make an argument for integrated strategies, though I don't think, I tested her when IS-4 first came out. My initial impression is maybe she's good. You know what? I hardly see anyone use her. You know why? Because there's better options and she's not even that good there. Obviously, she's not good for any contingency contract. The only reason anyone would ever bring her into Triple S is just because she's a supporter. And so she rotates for free. But I don't really see anyone use her for Triple S. People don't use her for general content. And it's not because she makes the game so easy, because people have no issues using Milnar or Texas Alter, right? And so there was this huge lie about Ling being the most broken operator of all time, using criteria that did not make any sense. Because you have to ask yourself, if you deploy a Ling and one of her super summons, is that better than having a Golden Glow, a Mudrock, and a Sculptor? Probably not. What about a Milnar, a Calcit, and a Texas Alter? It's like such an absurd thing to say. The problem with Ling is that she doesn't compete with one other 6-star. She competes with 5 to 6 other 6-stars. And is Ling stronger than 5 or 6 6-stars? No. No, she is not. She is not by any objective means, and that's why nobody uses her. And so, but that was one of those things where CN said this, right? All the community contributors hyped the shit out of her. And I was like, she's not good. All of you guys are on crack. You don't know what you're talking about. Like, I understand I understand what you guys are thinking, but you're using the wrong metrics. That's not the right, that doesn't determine how strong an operator is. Like, you think it does, but it doesn't, because there's this logical disconnect between why you can solo a stage with Ling and operators being strong. And it's not that I think, when I say weak, I mean weak from a meta perspective. Weak in terms of if you were to compare the strength that you get. So where Ling is, when I normally defend operators and say, like, this is viable, it's not that I'm saying Ling isn't viable, but this idea that she's OP, that specifically is ridiculous. Because if I were to actually measure the strength of every operator by criteria that I think are actually relevant, Ling would be closer in power to Palace than she would, say, Bagpipe, Sculptor, Golden Glow, Inez, Mudrock, right? That's like the upper echelon, unarguably. And a lot of that reason doesn't even come down to necessarily damage. It's like everything put together. It's not just one thing. And generally when people talk about meta, like I said, it's how often a unit is viable. And in a lot of ways, Ling just isn't as viable as people think a lot of the times, without kind of forcing yourself to make things harder than it needs to be. When she was sold as something that made everything easy. People did the same thing with Chalter. Nobody uses Chalter. Why? Because Milnar came out. So it doesn't mean Chalter's weak, though. I just want to say there's like a lot of what I think is common misinformation about the meta because people follow CN. They hear something and it becomes this dogmatic religious belief. And when I said that Ling wasn't that good and that nobody would be using her, so many people said I was an idiot. They said I didn't know what I was talking about, and then they would send me videos and tell me how many stages she could solo, and I would explain everything, and obviously you know that it doesn't matter. That's part of the reason why I wanted to make videos, is because people can't tell me what I should be thinking. They just have to accept what I'm saying, and they can leave their angry little comments, but they'll still be wrong, I'll still be right. And it's because every time people actually post like difficult content, max risk, whatever it is, it's like 99% of the time it will not have a ling in it, and it's not because she makes it too easy. It's just not, because then all the other operators that people have that same criticism about, they wouldn't be there, and they are. So we're gonna do. I know I love to rant. I love to rant. That's literally why I got into this, is so that I could rant at people, and if I ever get any people watching me, have a captive audience to rant to. Oh wait, this isn't paired. What am I? We're starting here. Single pulls to the first guarantee. That's what we're going for. I don't really care what I get. Yellow certs. That's probably what I'm gonna get. There is one disadvantage to having almost everything in the game, and that there's not a lot left for you to get. Potentials, certs.
I am Ansel, a medical intern. I'll be assisting with
But I will say, part of why I like being a Pokemon master here is I do really like theory crafting, and that's gonna. Oh, just really? Really?
Ascalon.
Man, does this make up for being unlucky the last 3 or 4 banners? No. But it is funny. Oh god, someone's gonna be mad. Someone's gonna be really mad, and yeah. Okay. Well, I don't even know what Ascalon does. I've done 0 research. I will look and I will evaluate with the standard candle right now for me being Mizuki, who is way better than most people think. The death, not necessarily as like a top tier meta. He can be. There is situations where you could make an argument he's meta. But he's not what I would call like a 95% operator, meaning 95% of the time you could use him and it would be the right answer. Movement speed reduced 8%, attack arts. So she's got the same kind of hybrid thing so that she's always dealing some damage to something. I mean, whatever. Attack, movement speed, and 1 stack of talent 1 on nearby. What is talent 1? I don't even know. Nearby enemies when they are defeated. Defeated? Okay, that's the movement speed. Okay, I see. I see. So she is, she's, it sounds like they kind of want her to be like a combination of Manticore and Mizuki. Let me. I need to see. Is this like a power strike? Attacking twice can store. So yeah, this is. I mean, same idea. It's like a charges, multiplicative damage, double strike. This actually is probably a really good skill. I want to say something about ambushers. Ambushers tend to synergize well with Skalter, even though they have high attack. It's well, it depends on how you use them. I guess I'll reserve that judgment actually. Because I have to think about how I typically use Mizuki, and it's always very different. I mean, they have multiplicative damage, and normally that means that I often pair them with Skalter. But in Mizuki's case, I think that's just for efficiency, not really for damage. And I don't rely on his physical defenses too much, but the arts, they're very good arts bait and arts tanks, assuming that, you know, since they don't have high aggro, that ranged operators, they're just shooting them because they're in range versus the higher aggro target. I really don't have enough of these to promote right away. That's crazy. Well, I probably have enough of these. And we'll just have to live with level 50 for now. I will test her. I might even stream testing her.
Not bad.
But I'm not going to farm chips right now. We'll get into the event, and I need to like look at her kit more before I figure out. I didn't even think I would get her. This was unplanned. We're going to do Paradox Sim. That's the next thing. This is probably going to be really easy. Probably, mainly because we got max level. Well, that's interesting. So I'm not really sure what. I have no idea what I'm supposed to do because I don't know where the enemies are gonna go. What am I? Do they need me to? Is it gonna be something like? Oh, that's right. I don't know why I was thinking that it was like chapter 13 where I had to like look at those guys to see if they were imposters. They're just normal civilians. So if people kill them, then they get... what is with this combo? Like, what is it they expect me exactly to do? Like, I honestly have no idea. I really do not know where they want me to deploy, guys. Let's do this. This is going to be like guess and check. I don't like guess and check. Really?
You can't stop me.
Oh my god. So do I need Texas up here then? So I want to talk about something. Like I said, I don't do any research on these stages beforehand. I don't like stages like this, design-wise, and here's why. I like stages where when you look at the stage, you can think about what you're supposed to do. And we have 3 operators here, right? We're extremely limited on the range tiles we can do. And if we put Vigil facing up, only on these 2 tiles does he even have a place to put his deployment. And a Paradox simulation, they generally have this intention that you're going to have to use every operator that you give you in a fairly optimized way, except for maybe the one that it's for, because you can have levels, modules, masteries, all that extra investment that isn't necessarily baked in as a requirement for these, right? And so with all of those limitations, and there's these 3 lanes coming this way, I have no idea what the routing's going to be. 69 enemies, so it could literally be anything, right? And now I have to just guess with no foreknowledge, and if I'm wrong, then I've just wasted my time, but I can't even say that it's a mistake, because how will I know it's a mistake until it fails? Now, these don't use any sanity, I get that, so you can do all the trial and error you want, but I really don't like the game design philosophy of you have to waste some of your time to figure out what you're supposed to do. So, like, I can say probabilistically, Vigil gets placed here, just based on his range and deployable tiles, right? But I have to place his wolf in order to get something out of it, and I have no idea which of these slots they intend that to matter for. So, like I said, I can hold off on it, and that might screw me over with his DP generation to a certain extent, because, like, I'm sure I need it to deploy her, but like, am I supposed to put it here?
Got it. Cut them to pieces.
And then what? You know, like if this guy's coming up here, then I have to have that lane blocked as well. And now her being deployed last, that is going to attract aggro, but she doesn't have big range. Am I supposed to use skill 2? I don't even know. Maybe I'm supposed to have Texas here.
Awaiting order. Cut them to pieces.
Mettiamo fine a questo trambusto il prima possibile.
See what I'm saying? Like, it's kind of bullshit, right? Like, I'm not on crack. That's not it. It's not a contest of skill. It's literally just trial and error. And I don't like trial and error game design. I just don't. I don't think that's wrong. I think they're the ones that are wrong. Like, is this even gonna work? I don't know. Yeah, that's not even gonna work. I'm upset. This is dumb. This is like the kind of shit that they put in modern content, which is why I have fun on the new player guide and get angry when I come across stuff like this. Because there's literally no clue in the design of this that gives you like and there's no room for creativity. There's one solution, maybe two, if you are super clever about something in some way. And like, I'm just gonna ignore this and hope that they run into that tile? I mean, I don't even know if that's... So they do get caught on that tile. And then which way do they even attack? I mean, we'll try that. I don't have high confidence in this. I feel like I'm justified in feeling like this is a poorly designed stage. Also, damn, what level do they have her? I feel like she's being tanky.
Awaiting orders.
Il vostro sacrificio non cambierà nulla.
Awaiting orders.
God damn. So, I feel like penance has to be here. But we can't deploy her super early. This is dumb. I already regret doing this on stream.
Ma abbi fede, perché le stagioni piovose, per quanto fastidiose possano essere, non dureranno per sempre. Prima che ciò accada, dobbiamo perseverare e continuare a provare.
Draw swords.
Prenderò io il controllo se salta...
Stavolta, la mia condanna sarà equa.
Awaiting order. Shut up.
Il martello della giustizia è pesante. Spero siate pronti.
Questa caccia sta durando decisamente troppo.
Qualunque cosa, sebbene la giustizia assoluta non esista, invocherò comunque il suo nome.
Awaiting orders.
That's quite the split box we got going on there.
Awaiting orders.
Qualunque cosa, la legge è un mezzo per un fine.
Really?
Fine in sé.
What? Did I need to trigger that earlier? I'm pretty sure this is the right answer, but I'm still angry about this. And actually, I don't even know if it is.
Perché le stagioni piovose, per quanto fastidiose possano essere, non dureranno per sempre.
Let's begin.
This is bullshit.
Prenderò io il controllo se salta fuori qualcos'altro. Il vostro... Ok. Chi vuole morire oggi?
Awaiting order. Shut up.
Combatto non solo per difendere i principi della legge,
I can like
ma anche il senso
not
di equità e
activate her
decenza.
skill. I don't think she'll. I think I have to, but maybe I can wait for it a little bit longer
Qualunque cosa sebbene la giustizia assoluta
so
non
that
esista, invocherò
it has
comunque il
more
suo nome.
time left when those carts come. And then it should kill them faster and then start the charging sooner. Yeah, see.
Hai lottato bene, ma non hai scampo.
Qualunque cosa sebbene la giustizia assoluta non esista.
You can't stop me.
Mettiamo fine a questo
That's still... Jesus fucking Christ.
I cattivi e le forze oscure che
Do they
li
want us to
supportano
use skill
a volte
2?
hanno avuto
Is that
il
what's
suo
happening here?
Ma abbi fede, perché le stagioni piovose, per quanto fastidiose possano essere,
I don't even
non
know.
dureranno
I honestly
per
have
sempre.
no idea. They might be... It used to be with these that every time it was always skill 3. I don't know what else to say. Like, you go into Paradox, it didn't matter what people thought the best skill was. The right answer was skill 3.
Il martello della giustizia è pesante.
I wonder if they changed it, because there was one other Paradox sim that I did that was skill 2. I can't even remember whose it was. And it shocked me. Or, you know, maybe it's a module. I think this is what they want. So maybe they're changing their mind on having the Paradox... oh my god, am I gonna leak this? Oh no, they'll get stuck there. And we'll just let them wail away. Because as long as these guys don't die, they're not gonna have numbers. Once the big numbers come out, we can just proc the skill and kill everything.
Qualunque cosa, forse I reati che esulano dall'ambito del codice possono essere puniti con mezzi extralegali.
Hai lottato bene, ma non hai scampo.
Of course, he's invisible, so I can't really do anything right now. But as soon as he gets blocked...
Got it.
Il vostro sacrificio non cambierà nulla.
You can't stop me.
Qualunque cosa, la legge è un mezzo per un fine, e non un fine in sé.
And that's it. Yeah, I guess that's what they want.
Una sentenza
That's not what I was
emessa dalle alte
expecting.
cariche non comporterà alcun cambiamento sostanziale. La chiave sta nell'esecuzione di tale sentenza.
I still don't like the stage layout just because it's completely unintuitive. They could have just not had the bend there at all. And it might have been more obvious that they want you to use skill 2. Does it, like, say something? I didn't read anything on that. Always... stands tall... blah, blah. I don't think there's any clue that they give you to use skill 2 for that. That's, I don't know. It's super rare that a Paradox would ever have you do that. Interesting. And they show Cutter there. Well, we're assuming skill 3 again. Who knows?
I'll do my best to keep everyone safe.
I can't imagine that this would be anything besides this.
Locked and loaded.
Am I on crack? So clearly they want me to proc a levitate on something that has a bunch of armor and then use Cutter against aerial enemies. Right? That's the only possible explanation that I have for this. Is this activated? Okay, good. I was just curious what skill they gave me on him. Is it these things? What am I'm not actually sure what I need to use this skill on.
I'm right here.
It probably is that. Holy shit, those things hurt.
As long as I can hang in there, the treatment will be done in no time.
That's gonna be exciting. Oh god, I hate... Oh wait, I can hit him!
An inquisitor must never yield
That was
in the
my
face
bad.
of evil.
I was
I also
forgetting
made a
that I
promise to my
had,
master. I can't die
I don't
here.
use Irene
Not
that
yet.
much. I was forgetting that she has the range to,
The most dangerous
Alright,
enemies
I
are
was right
usually
though.
masters of
I'm pretty sure I
disguise.
know what they want here.
My sword will respawn the instant I spot the movement.
I'm also gonna try that. I don't know if it'll make a difference. This is just experimentation, I guess.
Don't step into the shadows.
And we'll activate... Those are... Okay, yeah, they're pretty... We'll activate the skill a bit sooner.
Step into my eyes will find each
Oh shit, I couldn't see, I couldn't see my cursor.
Inquisitor must never yield in the face of
Her
evil.
skill was too,
But I also made a promise to
too
my
flashy.
master. I
We'll go
can't
to
die
one-time
here.
speed
Not
as
yet.
well. That wasn't a mistake as much as a technical error, because I could
The
not
most
see my
dangerous
cursor,
enemies are usually masters
and
of
we'll
disguise.
have more time to click on we'll have more time to click on cutter if we go to ×1 speed.
It's fine, as long as I can muster up the courage.
Don't step into the my heart will be the judge.
What the heck? Okay, so that's not gonna work. We have to put him back there. What do those guys do?
Inquisitor must
I don't
never
remember.
yield in the face of evil.
I always killed them
But I
in
also made a
stages
promise to my master.
not that way.
Can't die here. Not yet.
What? Why doesn't it tell me? Oh, this is bullshit. Do you really have to beat the stage for it to list the frickin' enemies in it? They deal some kind of reflective damage, but Cutter killing them prevents
I'll do my
them
best
from
to keep
killing both of
everyone
them.
safe.
So maybe it's based on like how many hits you deal or something. I was curious what the exact thing was.
My sword will respawn the instant
But
spot
I'll
the
literally have to
movement.
exit out of this and go into the enemy thing to look it up. That's insane. That's so dumb. Why? What's the point in even having the enemy list there if you have to beat
Handle this.
the simulation to get it? There's no point. You know what? Just for the sake of experimentation, this is probably going to fail. I'm just going to like let them hit them and see what happens. So
light
she's
of my
taking,
lighter?
they're
I'm right
taking
here.
tons of damage. So maybe the issue is that
An inquisitor must never
Maybe
yield
it's
in the
just-
face
maybe
of evil.
maybe they
But I
just
also
do
made a
AoE
promise to my
damage.
master. I can't die here.
I have no
Not
idea.
yet.
I can't
The
I
most
can't
dangerous
remember
enemies
what
are
those
usually
guys do,
masters of disguise.
which is nuts. 'Cause I remember most of the Seaborn enemy abilities, but
My
not
sword
theirs.
will respawn the instant I spot the movement.
Like, these are just your typical weenie spawn to feed SP to these guys. It's their only purpose in life here right now.
It's fine, as long as I can muster up the courage.
These are the guys that drop the power-ups for the boss in Stultifera Navis. So
See the
we
light
gotta,
of my
I
lantern?
think we
I'm
gotta
right
hit
here.
these guys at like as long a range as possible.
See the light of my light. My blade will cleave the top.
Yeah. So maybe it is just time in AoE because I took way less damage.
See the
And
light
then
of
we
my
need
lantern?
her
I'm right
to
here.
hit the Nether Sea Spewer, I think they're called, when they spawn. So hopefully her SP charges pretty quickly here. We got no Chen, so feed me SP. In this case, Cutter's like not helping. She's leeching our SP. They have to feed us like a few extra enemies too, because
As long as I can help, please
those
stay calm.
spewers are...
It's a bit tricky, but as long as you give me some time.
Or if you come in here without Mastery 3, like, you need more...
See the light of my lantern?
You need him to
I'm
go
right
forward more. And I gotta give him a little bit of time to
See the
make
light
sure.
of my lantern? My eyes will find the truth.
What does this guy do besides the, I think they're are they unblockable? Is that their thing? So I'm not going to have this skill up. These guys are unblockable on this stuff. On the corruption or whatever it's called. I don't think they're unblockable though. I don't remember what their thing is. Yeah, they're just feeding. This guy's unblockable though. Levitate will make him not an issue. And then as soon as they're in... Oh, come on. Yeah, and that's it. That was pretty easy. It was just... I forgot about the skill range on her S3 to hit that square. It's kind of funny if you have problems like that. You're like... That's what, endgame player problems? Like you have so many operators that you forget even... You know in detail what they do, but then forget in a weird way the nuance of it. I should like level her up more and use her more because just because she's interesting. I have so many ops that I got because I thought they were neat and not necessarily for like a meta reason. And we have to start burning sanity. We'll go into Babel. Let me look at the store. I want to see if there's what even are the buttons? It's so it gets very good. Okay, this one. I don't know anything about this welfare, so that'll be spicy. They're giving this for free? Man, I'm glad I didn't pay for it. Holy cow. What I wanted to look at was the tokens, guard tokens. That doesn't help us get Ascalon leveled. We're going to have to run that stage. I'm also not going to be doing any of this story. I'll go through it. I'll go through it on my own. But anyone that comes across this, I don't... If I ever do story content, it will be in the title so that people know what it is up front. I don't want to do story stuff that where people can just come across it randomly, because I think it should be their choice if they want to see me interpret it or if they want to be spoiler free. But I do plan on doing story content on here because I think there's a lot of like cool things to talk about, like how the community is super wrong about W. not meta W, like in-game story W. We could be spicy and bring Vigil in the early stages because I think it's funny. And Flametail's good. You know, we're gonna bring Siege though. We're going to bring Siege because I'm going to be lazy in the beginning, and I M9'd her. So we're going to use Siege's S1 and hope that she's more efficient than Myrtle because of the -4 DP cost and because she's going to be feeding SP to Vigil. That's what we're going to do just because I think it's funny. We're going to use skill 2. I have no idea what type of enemies are here. Literally none. I like Jessica. No, we'll do guards first. We'll go in order. I just built Cutter. I don't have her fully masteried yet, but I have everything else on her. We'll bring Cutter. Who else is spicy right now? Shareholder. Hell yeah.
If conflict is
And
unavoidable,
we'll do some
swift
defenders.
bend is a form of mercy.
If I were really being tryhardy, I'd probably bring like Hoshiguma and Mudrock or Saria, but we're having fun. Until we can't have fun anymore, and then we won't have any more fun. Blemishine. I'm not even gonna bring 2. It's so hard for me not to bring Arquetto. I use her so much. Rosmontes? Hell yeah.
Tell me, is this battle inevitable?
Are we gonna do 2 snipers? It's funny, I hardly ever use Pazemka. I was thinking to myself, oh, I could bring Paz, like, I'm like, but she's so, like, people will be like, meta. Well, they probably won't care, to be honest. And I'm not trying to necessarily not be meta. I feel like so many operators are good, and people, they don't even know. They just hear one thing, like that they're not used in max risk, or some CN player thought they weren't, better than Milnar or something, and so they're like, oh, you're not Typhoon, then you're not getting built. It's kind of ridiculous. I don't even, you know what? We don't even need
Diese Kraft ist nicht die meine.
2 snipers.
Jedoch benötigt
Ebenholz
Island
can do
sie,
all
also
of
werde
the
ich sie im
anti-air
vollen
we
Umfang
need.
einsetzen.
That's what I think. That is what I think, and I'm right, and I know it. Oh man, it's so hard to. I always bring Sculptor because she's just always good. I don't use Gnosis very often.
You're in luck.
And I have no idea.
just
For all I
completed my
know, some of these guys might be like super good on this. Oh, there we go. That's how we're gonna handle drones.
At least
Problem
make it
solved.
challenging.
And then I got 2 spots left for whatever I want. Take red
Infiltration successful.
and gravel. No, not gravel. Mouse might be interesting. Weedy. It'd be funny to use Weedy as like a DPS.
私も一緒に行くの？
Alright. A shiny squad of not quite random operators. But I mean, how hard can stage 1 be? How hard can it be? I don't know the gimmicks of this at all. I have no idea. What is that? Fast moving, capable of evading physical attacks, loses physical dodge against what's a stabilizer chain? What the hell is that? I have no idea. I feel kind of dumb for not having a Sculptor right now. With a map like this. What? Where are you going?
Prenderò io il controllo.
How dare you?
Mettiamo fine a questo trambusto il prima possibile.
ミフ、頑張ろうね。これが戦場というものね。
Il vostro sacrificio non
And that's
cambierà
probably
nulla.
victory right there. Do I need more than that? I mean, I could replace Siege with Hoder just to be sure. We could do that. So Rosmontes is like, I gotta say this, right? Rosmontes does not have the greatest reputation right now, and people are so stoked for Wizardel. But I just have to say this: I put a bunch of investment in her just because I was really curious. Is she actually bad? And the truth is, she's not. I have no idea why. I think maybe it's just because people haven't tried her since modules have been released, but she has consistently surprised me in how strong she is.
Was I too fast?
So I don't want people to think that I'm trying to make this harder on myself by picking these operators. What I want to do more is maybe make people think about who they build more. Because so many people get operators that they don't build just because they think that there's not going to be any value because they're not Milnar or Surtur or something like that. And to me, that's crazy because I hardly ever use them when I'm not even trying to make stages hard. That's just the reality. Like, most of the time, I feel like Milnar is not actually going to make it easy. What is the chain? What the fuck is that? Should I have been reading? If it precedes your designated coordinates now?
Alright.
What do the chains do? Oh, look at that. Stabilizer chain. Shadow traverse plates are found all over Kazdal. Without stabilizer, operators won't be able to engage in combat like usual. Why? Operators deployed to a traverse plate. Operator deployed within a certain range will throw one stabilizer, ensuring stability. Which ones are the traverse plates? These are traverse plates? And these are just normal. Oh, just clicking on tiles and I'm skipping text. So these are traverse plates. And there's both ranged and not ranged traverse plates.
Definitely prove myself this time.
What the fuck? The next exercise should be improvised combat. Guess I'll retreat for now as planned. Why here? Why not here? Okay, whatever.
Leave it to us.
Oh, it looks like Jessica's not gonna get it.
Tear him up.
Okay. Okay. At least this mechanic doesn't seem as annoying as Evan Holtz is. I didn't like that. I didn't like Lone Trail's mechanic either.
We've accomplished our objective as planned.
I'm definitely gonna fuck this up, but maybe it'll make more sense to me after doing it a bit. So you need an operator on a normal tile, and then you can deploy operators on these. But if you don't have an operator on a normal tile and you deploy only on these, then they'll all just get fucked up. And they require the stabilizer chain thing. I see. And then these are probably undeployable. What do they want here? They're not even asking for E1. So this event is I'm maybe this is one of their, like, the normal stages or new account friendly, because some of these events are not at all, like, not even close.
Lässt meine Kopfschmerzen aufflammen. Und wenn ich Pech habe, halluziniere ich sogar. Machen wir hieraus also einen Blitzkrieg, ja?
What a pain.
So this is not Vigil's not as bad as people think. But he's not DP efficient.
Prenderò io il controllo.
My rule is to balance your lives hanging.
I just realized, though, by doing this, I'm not feeding her SP.
Mettiamo fine a questo
That's
trambusto il
like
prima possibile.
maybe not the best synergy.
Mettiamo fine a questo trambusto il prima possibile.
I mean, is there literally any chance that this is gonna fail? I feel there's no way. This is just no way. I could be like
Non
excessive.
cambierà nulla.
Why not, you know? Just friggin'. That's not even like optimal for Osmontis. But it'll act as a, it lets me like attack things down here more early, act as a guarantee. Like Ella would be even better at that because I could just deploy mines here, but
Decisamente troppo.
how dare you just run like that?
I'll make you regret this.
Jetpack? Do I need to have like Apples?
Das ist vor Musik auf dem Schlachtfeld.
We'll just freeze them. Yeah. Take that.
Seize them up. Sense deprived by
These guys,
Ember.
I feel like these guys need Hodor S3. They're, I might not be able to do this without it, you know?
Questa caccia sta durando decisamente troppo.
Was that levitate? I have no idea what abilities that was even. It didn't look like he
That
was
was
flying,
close.
but he wasn't.
I
He was
almost-
briefly not blocked.
Anyway, good thing I managed to pull through in the end. Sorry,
What the hell do these
Doctor.
enemies do?
Please give me a minute. I need to get my emotions under
Flight.
control.
So it's not levitate. Blocked are facing a stabilizer chain for the first time. And then they get defense down. Wow. Okay. So, for this event, one of the ways they're making it new player friendly is they have this gimmick built into them, which makes these guys kind of annoying but also exploitable. That's actually good game design, and I wish they did that more often. Because the thing is you can either, like what I did, deploy strong operators in brute force, which means completely ignore their mechanics and still win, right? But they have, if you do it that way, then you're working with high stats. If you use the mechanics and you have chains, you know they're going to fly over it, you know they're going to land a certain distance away, and then you can have your ops deal increased damage to them, and you don't need the same amount of stats and power level to defeat them efficiently. You have this option for strategy. So I like that. I'm really glad that I'm seeing this in event because I feel like AK has gotten more into like forced gimmicks. And that's where like the damage reduction. I hate the damage reduction in chapter 13 and the cart mechanic because it's not optional. That you have to use what they give you. And I think that limits the creativity for clearing those stages. Because like I said here, you can create for yourself unique challenges. You can either say, like, I'm not going to use any chains at all, or you can say, my account's not very strong. What can I do to clear this? If you were to deploy on this and completely fail and go, oh, my guys don't have the stats, but then you go and look in here and go, oh, maybe I have some options. So I think that that's clever. Because, like me going into the stage blind, I have no idea what I'm going to see. For all I know, I could fail one of these really early stages because of like a goofy gimmick. But then if you can see what the enemies have, then you can plan around it. Evading loses physical dodge. Okay, that's what we are. And these are just the normal story stage guys. And these are undeployable. These are deployable, though. But you need to have somebody in, like, probably one of these two spots to be able to use these. Do they give... or here, even. This looks like just, like, put thorns here. That's what this looks like. That's I guess alternatively you could put thorns here and he'll probably kill everything before they, before any of the gimmicks even matter. But, assistance of nearby operators. I still... This is a goofy squad, but, you know, whatever. If we have to try hard, we shall. But chances are, if this is a newbie-friendly event, that won't happen.
The hunt begins. Hostile sighted. Over.
Mettiamo fine a questo trambusto il prima possibile.
My rule is to
thinking
balance
about?
your lives hanging.
Oh, you know what? We're gonna do that.
A fine choice.
Mettiamo fine a questo trambusto il prima possibile.
I have no idea which way to even, like... Is there, maybe... It'd be funny to put Weedy there. She would cover... That is the whole thing, right? She would cover this whole thing. I don't think guys can be pushed off the edge
My
here.
rule is to balance your lives hanging.
What? Are those Lancers? Hold on. No! I needed to see that.
You disrupt my ruckus.
Oh wait, wrong one. I have no idea what they do now.
My weapon chooses its worthy wielder.
Who cares? They're dead. Dead, I say. Go. Should I put like?
Vorsicht vor Musik auf dem Schlachtfeld.
Why not?
Vor allem, wenn du es mit einem Leitanier zu tun hast.
Come on, charge! Yes! I don't. This is gonna be. How funny is it gonna be if they all just get completely stalled on her now? They're fat. They weigh too much. Yeah, her medium push force is like not even... What they make these guys weigh? 3, 4, 5? That makes like Typhon and Rosa look super strong against them.
You disrupt, not disrupt.
I don't like the way they're running around. I have no idea what those guys do. Oh, we're gonna look. We're gonna look. What do they do? What do you do? Bounty Hunter Knight. Witchcraft? That didn't look like witchcraft. Self-made gear. Tormenting? So basically our Lancers, but with arts damage. I can't imagine this is hard with like one real lane that split into 2 virtual lanes. But oh, I forgot to I didn't look at the weight. I'm just curious. It's not super important, but I want to know. I wonder if Vigil, this might be dumb. Oh, that's not even like deployable. Okay. I was curious if I could use his wolf as like, does that count? for the oh, I can do that. We're gonna experiment. That's not like a good place to put that, but and using Vigil without Sculptor is kind of dumb too. You really want you actually really want to use Sculptor with him because you want to have both Vigil and his summon in the aura, it makes his summon actually really strong, and he has the multiplicative damage when attacking something blocked by it, and so you get a massive synergy with Vigil if you have a Sculptor position where you get both of them in the aura. I'm not like sure what I want to do yet. Here's our I mean, that's not really optimal.
Get lost.
I don't even know why I'm saying optimal. It's not gonna matter.
Hai lottato bene.
I only have one healer, huh? That's a little limiting. Maybe I have to put a Sculptor in this group.
Questa caccia sta durando.
My weapon chooses its worthy wielder.
But I don't know if he can hit ranged. We can find
Die
out.
Vorstellung wird bald beginnen.
Ja, he
Aber wie
can.
es scheint, wird das Publikum schon ungeduldig.
Questa caccia.
Get lost.
You disrupted one ruckus. Sense deprived.
Oh, he didn't go far enough. I need him to go a little bit further for
Questo trambusto il prima
Outer here. we know they're weak to Crusher cards.
Il vostro sacrificio non cambierà nulla.
I don't know if that's the right way to put it, but that's the way we're gonna put it. We're gonna say they're weak to Crusher guards, as if that's like a real thing.
Get lost.
Die Vorstellung wird bald beginnen. Aber wie es scheint, wird
Mettiamo fine a questo trambusto il prima possibile.
schnelleres so graziös wie der Dreivierteltakt.
That
Wait,
was
what?
close. I almost. Anyway.
I
good thing I
accomplished
managed to pull through
module
in the end.
stuff for some
Sorry,
operators.
Doctor. Please give me a minute. I need to get my emotions.
I don't like this. I'm guessing this is gonna have like those Lancer guys, and they're gonna run in some kind of pattern, and they're gonna want us to use these to make those chains. It'll impact them. We are going to bring a Sculptor, just in case I get the opportunity to optimize our Vigil. I still don't know what the weight of those Lancers are. I keep forgetting to look it up.
I can only hope this mission won't prove to be a waste of time.
Yeah, I thought so. They're doing the, like, this loop-de-loop thing.
What a pain.
Oh! I actually didn't mean to deploy that way.
Sarà una passeggiata. Hai lottato bene.
Get lost.
Same battlefield, different day.
That was not what I intended.
これが戦場というものね。My weapon chooses its worthy wielder.
It's not optimal at all, but it does give me mega healing on her.
Are you ready?
Alright, I didn't want you facing that way.
With all of you behind me, I won't take a single step back.
These guys are chonky boys.
From shadows.
Do they have damage reduction? I don't
Hurry
see
up.
red numbers. Oh wait, I can deploy on... Oh wait, that's right, she's special.
Requesting permission to fire.
Oh, I didn't know it was gonna go that way.
A fine choice. Right. What a ruckus.
あなたのことだければ叫ぶといいよ。少しは楽になるから。
Yeah, that's right.
Skill. Track them.
You see no red numbers, and so I assume they have some form of damage reduction.
Ist
I
es
don't know.
vorbei?
We're gonna look.
Sehr gut.
I didn't...
Ich brauche
Maybe there
einen
were
Ort, wo
Lancers
ich mich einen
too.
Moment ausruhen kann, bevor meine Kopfschmerzen schlimmer werden.
Whatever. Tripped by a stabilizer chain, stunning and dealing physical damage to nearby enemies. Oh. Oh, that's why I wasn't getting red numbers, because they have no defense. I'm so used to always getting red numbers on red from her talent, basically forcing it to be true damage because armor. But it doesn't. Damage resistance works against... I tested her to see if she would cut through damage resistance, and she doesn't, which made me sad. I was really hoping that red would have a niche against damage-resistant enemies. So they clearly want people to set up, like, the chains here. What are these things? I have no idea. They probably do damage or something. So if you place blockers here, they take some sort of negative thing from these. That's my guess. Periodically fires missiles that deal arts damage while healing enemy units. Can be destroyed. Okay. Well, we have Rosmontis.
The hunt begins.
We'll take them out all at once.
What is that? Can cut stabilizer chains? Well, that's a little spicy.
Prenderò io il controllo se salta fuori qualcos'altro.
My rule is the balance your lives hang in.
So that means I can put Sculptor
Questa
here.
caccia sta durando decisamente.
安心して。きっと大丈夫だから。
And that puts both of them in Sculptor range. That is the secret.
今から起きることを見たくない。
Mettiamo fine a questo trambusto il prima possibile.
命令を放送する。
Die.
怪我しなくて済むよ。
I still can't. I think it's funny because like Rosmontis' S2 has this tremendously good uptime, and I thought maybe she would struggle against like armored enemies. Her attack's not super high. Her damage, or not damage reduction. Her
あなたのこと。
her armor penetration's not anything crazy, but like there's just something that does not show up in her stats in a way, because every time I play her, I'm always impressed. I'm like, how is it? I feel like I know a secret. I feel like but she's the first limited ever. And maybe it's just that she's rare, relatively speaking now. I don't know. Maybe it's just that people don't test her. There's like a disconnect between the reputation that Rosmontis has for mainly being ignored and irrelevant, and I like that those guys are now going to like fall onto a crusher guard. Like here, low defense versus low defense.
Yes.
Oh God. I don't like. Oh, I didn't even get that off in time. And this is kind of a crazy strat too, because these wolves are immortal. You know, like they just respawn. I have like no masteries either. I could make this better. S1 might even be better for what I'm doing here, but doesn't matter. Does not matter.
Ich brauche einen Ort, wo ich mich einen Moment ausruhen
This is
kann,
quite the
bevor meine
contrast from
Kopfschmerzen
the
schlimmer
new
werden.
player guide, you know? It's, like, I still think about stages critically and analyze things, but when I was talking in the first video, you have power gives you a window for margins of error. That's it. It doesn't, like playing with 4 stars, I think it's not as hard as people think, because you can, in a way, you can train yourself. In theory, you could have all the most powerful units in the game, deploy them, beat a stage. And then you can think about if it was actually necessary to have those units and how much you could downgrade them. And in most cases, you could easily think, I could use this exact same strat with like 3 and 4 stars and it wouldn't be a problem most of the time. And then there might be like optimizations and tweaks, but it's like the same process as contingency contract, or at least the old ones, where you might play the stage with no risk just to see what they throw at you. Then you kind of experiment with some ideas and add some risks in there, and over time you like optimize, you hatch an idea and you optimize it, at least if you want to have like an original strat. And that's not so different from if you were to consider how to play the game with lower rarity operators or niche knights or anything else, assuming that you have reasonable knowledge of the game and how to play it. It becomes pretty obvious where things are completely overkill, and then if you're optimizing for the lowest power that you can possibly bring to it, at a certain point you start hitting where your window, your thresholds for error are very narrow margins. But any like reasonable, like a mid-game account where they have maybe some 6 stars, but I mean, like I go into my account, it's like, it's rare if I don't have a 6-star, you know. But like, how much does that actually matter? And that's kind of one of the things that I was talking about. Like, so much of those types of things matter way less than maybe people think. I definitely feel that way.
Let's put an end to this as soon as possible.
We don't
My
need
weapon chooses its worthy
we don't need
wielder.
Gnosis to be in that range. I kind of want to do something like that.
Qualcos'altro.
That won't help. You can do that.
Hai lottato bene, ma non hai scampo.
Donna 戦いになるかしらね。今から起きることを見たくないなら
Questa caccia sta durando decisamente troppo.
kill them
人間
all.
を倒産すれば怪我しなくて済むよ。怖くはないわ。
Right, as is best.
あなたたちの心に染み込んでいくわ。
Actually, yeah, that's fine. That's fine. We'll do there. Or is that better? I don't even know.
My rules, the balance your lives hang in.
I will save that.
Schnelleres.
I don't even know if they're elites. That might have been dumb.
ほら、しっかり。
Here's a memento. My rule is the
What a ruckus.
あなたのこと。
The hell does that do?
覚えておくつもりはないよ。
That's a little annoying. I have to look up these enemies. I don't know what
Schnelleres
anything
Tempo.
does.
So überraschend wie ein
Are these
Tritonus.
elites? I don't even know if they are.
Mettiamo fine a questo trambusto il prima possibile.
My rules, the balance your lives hang in.
But there's holes here. I bet if you can stun that guy, they lose. I bet it's levitate and not fly. So stun and they just fall. That'd be fun to do, but I didn't know that was going to be a thing here. I could have put like Ella somewhere where I could maybe here facing this way, you know. That kind of hurts. Oh, they do fire elemental. That's right, Vigil. You get those kills. Freaking Vigil carrying the whole event.
Having
Like
prepared
a
appropriately,
bouse.
these results are unsurprising.
Elite 2 level 10. So what does our scaling look like? So they like ramp up really starting at like BB4, right? 4 to 5 is kind of moderate ramp up, and then 6, 7, and 8 has a lot more of a ramp up. What? This is so cluttered and confusing looking. So there's going to be guys, and they're definitely going to have some crazy routing, because we see red, blue. So guys are going to come from here. Some of them are going to go in here, then here, then here, then here, and presumably into the box. Again, zero. Have not optimized this squad at all. I put Sculptor in just to make Vigil stronger. Oh my god. But remember guys, Vigil is unusable trash that you can never make work under any circumstance. He's literally, guys, he's the worst 6-star of all time. Don't use him. Don't do it. You'll do irreparable damage to your account.
Prenderò io il controllo se salta fuori qualcos'altro.
Now, unfortunately, if I put a Sculptor here, I don't get Vigil in it, and that makes me sad because I really should have a healing defender in this stage. I do not have very optimal healing locations. We're pretty limited on range here. Really? I don't like you. Die. Die, 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 die. Man, those guys don't have any armor either. I'm so conditioned to seeing red numbers on those guys. that it's like crazy to me when I don't.
Yes?
I feel like that might be problematic. Maybe that's an abundance of caution. I feel like Hodor could do some work here, but I don't know what direction to make him face. Yeah. Ow! Really? How dare you?
問題ないわ。落ち着いて。
That's really what I wanted.
Idziemy.
命令を出
Is
して
he invisible?
カンパス
Ow! Holy shit!
命令を出してカンパあなたは死なない死なせないように気をつける
Don't doubt your own judgment.
Oh, I didn't even see what leaked. Oh, it's these guys. So they want me to... I was distracted by the boss. Alright.
Less guys on your case isn't such a bad thing, is it?
That was stupid. Okay. The fun is over.
What do you need?
Hold on. I can see his info now. Oh, he doesn't have a ton of it. Oh, thank God. What was the weight? 3. Okay. Invisible. Made after breaking invisibility will deal increased damage. Does he have to break it, or does that trigger if I break it? Dodge, of course. Dodge. So this is a anti-Surtur thing. That sounds a little goofy to say, but they literally... This has a lot to do with just reducing just Surtur strategies. It's not that it makes her not work at all. It's just to make it not a one-size-fits-all solution. He dealt like a shit ton of damage to Hodor as well. Which is funny to say that. That's like the whole thing, but I mean like raw. Temporarily loses. Stabilizer chain. Once when HP drops below 50%. So he phases one time. Like the IS4 second boss. But only once, huh? But I wonder how long that lasts for. I could like cheese it with a Texas, but... So we're gonna put, I'm not gonna put, I'm not gonna put Jessica there. We're gonna put Jessica here. We're gonna put, actually, Inez here. And... I have to think about that, actually. Maybe not. I might actually try to put Inez, like, here, and then undeploy her at some point. Who's gonna be good against those Lancers? I mean, in theory, Mudrock. We'll do Hoshi.
What do you need?
On the other side, Jessica.
Coming, Commander. This is Jessica. On the line and ready to roll.
Can you do a Degenbacher? Because I don't know what's really going to go sneak its way through there. I still feel like Hoder is like not a bad idea for fighting that guy. I just have to have his skill up. Ella was probably not a bad idea too. We need her. Invisible.
Getting this crew together wasn't easy. You better make them count. What do you need?
And we'll stick with red. I feel like
Infiltration successful.
I feel like I shouldn't need Texas for this. This is a more optimized squad, I think. I'm not really sure, for sure,
Follow your
but
orders. Move out.
I feel it.
Draw swords. Got it. Shut up.
This is the battlefield.
I got
Which
this.
skill did I bring with her? Oh no. She won't. So sorry it won't reach that far,
My
but that's
power is
fine
all
for now.
yours now.
I mean, even that might actually be okay.
My power is all yours now.
Got it. Shut up. Got it.
Thought I shall protect you.
Picked out your bait yet?
An eye for an eye.
Take flight.
Not one step forwards.
I don't know how much time we have over here.
I know what's better match your step.
一体いつからこの触手はまやかしに過ぎないって錯覚してたの?
I think that's funny though. We don't need that there yet.
You can go do something else.
Actually,
You want my opinion?
no, that's fine. They are gonna shoot him. It's a little inconvenient. It's a little rude.
Roger, Wilco. Drawing a bead on the target. My power is all yours now.
My speed and I hail from Victoria. Eat this!
Standing by. Kill. Distract them.
You want my emotion is meaningless here.
Simple and clear.
Picked out your bait yet?
My power is all yours now.
I just realized I don't have Sculptor here.
I shall protect you.
I know what you can't hide your fear.
Limited healing options down here. I didn't end up needing Saria. And that's literally all that's left. Screw these guys. You're just gonna die. I'm just gonna kill you. Here, get hodered.
Same battlefield, different day.
Weaklings.
Oh my god, it's so refreshing to fight a normal frickin' boss. What? Well, this is a special stage. We'll get to that. It probably has a fixed squad. How would I do this stage if I wasn't so shiny? There's not an incredible amount of pressure on either of these two slots. I definitely think it's a good idea to deal whatever damage you can when they're in these spots. But you have to be able to reveal invisible enemies. If you have to drop somebody right on them, maybe if you have a fast, like a gravel, you could drop a gravel on him to reveal him and just have her live as long as possible to deal damage from like ranged units or whatever. Any like decent caster with res shred or reasonably powerful physical DPS, ranged is always better because you can be more outside of their threat range, like I was with Ella here. This is a really good range spot because clearly the boss is going to have to go on either of these sides. So you have two opportunities here and here. It's definitely probably a good idea, like I said, if you had a low tier squad, just like drop a gravel on him, even if it's just to deal chip damage and you have nothing else there, and to stall him. The rest of the enemies are all really weak. The boss is the only big threat on here, and the only other thing you really have to think about is the lancers on this side, and occasionally the guys that fly after they encounter a chain or whatnot. And that's not too bad. You just need to make sure that you don't have the units, get blocked around here and then just fly into the box without having something that can kill them before they get there. And that's really all there is to this stage. This is surprisingly straightforward and simple. I am guessing the EX stages are not going to be like... Wait, what? I'm guessing the EX stages are not going to be super hard, but they're probably not going to be the same. Is this all story? I kind of don't want to spoil stuff, but again, I'll go through all of this so that I'm up on the lore, but we're just interested in content right now. But I don't know if I can interact with this at all. So this is the ritual then. So I'm guessing. So in the story, I said this was going to be spoiler free, but whatever. We're stuck here. They talk about a ritual that happens that Kelsey blames. Kelsey's whole thing with being mad at the doctor in the beginning of this story that kind of fades a bit with time. She blames Teresa's, we'll say, death, put that in air quotes, on the doctor, who was involved in some ritual that bestowed the powers of a true Sarkaz king to Amia, which allows her to have these empathic abilities. So when she's around people and they experience something, It's not like the Laterano where they just kind of like share each other's emotions a bit. If somebody's in pain, she literally like feels it as if she's that person. So she has this really distinct connection to the people around her that's very powerful, and she also has the ability to command the Sarkaz. And what that means is it's like more than just divine right. It's the same way kind of how the law works with the Laterano, right? With the angel variant of mutated Sarkaz. So they have their version of empathy that's based on the law, and there's certain things they can do that would break the law, which can range from becoming a fallen Sancta all the way to being outright dead. So, for instance, if you raise a gun against another Sancta, then you violate the law and you become fallen. If you shoot 6 bullets in a row, you die. You just drop dead. And so we don't really know the limits of Amiya's command, all that it encompasses, but we do know that when she comes across Patriot is like kind of terrified of her in a way. He has this prophetic vision of the world burning, and he calls her the Lord of Fiends, which is when you're introduced to it, that sounds like the Christian sort of like you're the devil, you're the Antichrist. But for the Sarkaz, who are kind of roughly based on like demonic aspects, there is actually a specific Lord of Fiends, and it refers to the true Sarkaz kings. And so I don't actually think, I think it's more about a latent power that she has than necessarily being the downfall of the Sarkaz race. But he has like this instinctual reaction, like this kind of like fear reaction to her presence. And I think that is what the power of the true Sarkaz king is. If she harnesses this power of command and uses it, then Sarkaz are by their nature like compelled to obey. In the same way that maybe you would say like, dogs are, loyal pets or whatnot, but it's even more than that. Like, there's something about Sarkaz witchcraft and their nature and everything that like a true Sarkaz king has this like special connection to them, and I think that empathy is also part of that. So I was always curious, because my theory was that Teresa kind of is the puppet master behind the Doctor abandoning his mission to save his progenitor race. Like, he decides to take her side at this point. That was always my theory. And that basically she sacrifices herself and forces the Doctor to kind of participate in this. We don't really, I didn't really know exactly why, but I theorized that Teresa and Calci might have been I don't know if they were an item or if it was like an unrequited relationship. There's some connection between them that I think goes beyond just co-workers, because it's irrational that Calci blames you for something that clearly in the story seems like it was Teresa's, we'll say, fault, responsibility maybe. And Calci does not have the same kind of animosity against Amiya that she has for the Doctor. So it's like this kind of irrational amount of anger and blame that I feel like, and also you're in the sarcophagus, she saves you. Why would she bother to do that? Like, she knows it's irrational, but she still can't forgive you even though she understands why you did it. I think that's kind of the demographic. The community characterized this as the Doctor and Calci being, like the ex-wife memes. But I think the reality is that Calci had a thing for Teresa, and Teresa's death was like personal to her. But we gotta put death in air quotes, because as much as I try to avoid CN stuff, some things are just unavoidable. And so I will definitely get caught up on lore as that stuff comes to global. But I'm never really super eager to try and get it when it's being translated unofficially from CN and things are murky. And it's also not that important to me. I can wait on it. But I do like to theory craft about these sorts of things and then see how accurate I am. And so I will have to go back through this and check out how close my assumptions were. Is there really another stage? Umbral door. This is like a new mechanic. I don't even know what we're dealing with here. Does arts damage to your nearby units every second while healing enemy units. When destroyed, enemy loses a percentage of HP. Okay, so this is similar to the third boss in IS-2. And I have to destroy these, I guess. And they deal arts damage. We are going to...
I am within my rights to oversee and bring up my own opinion on your command.
I wonder if there's a spot to deploy her. That would be...
Is there really
Hold
somebody on the front?
Can I... Oh, man. How cool would it be if I could deploy Lynn right here? I'm sorry. Well, Golden Glow is still gonna be pretty busted if we can do like I want to sculpt her actually. Hopefully the arts damage isn't too overwhelming. I see, that's the other thing, jumping into a stage like this. I honestly have no idea how much arts damage I'm going to be looking at. I mean, we have Nightingale because it makes sense. But like if I put actually what I want is a sculptor. If I do like a sculptor, is her healing going to be enough, or like I literally don't know. But we're going to do it live.
The hunt begins.
What is that? I didn't know they were going to be like...
Hostile sighted. Over.
We go this way first.
Draw swords.
Picked out your bait yet?
Got it. Forward!
Does it matter? I don't think it does.
Bravery shall overcome.
We'll do it this way. Give me DP. Where the hell are they going? What is that? What the hell is that? What are those?
Bravery shall overcome evil.
Ability fires raise the deal its arts damage to allied units and heals. Okay. Ah, okay. Holy shit, those things have a lot of hit points.
I know what's better match your step.
I got this.
Can I get away from me, please? Bravery shall
That might have actually been kind of stupid.
This is the battlefield.
Got it. Shut up.
Ow! How is that?
Tactics
How
sharpen the
did... Where
mind.
did... They just appeared. New ones appeared. Oh my gosh. Do I need to say it? Do I? Oh, I killed that though.
Discipline strengthens the will.
I know what to do. Don't order me around.
And I don't move!
I shall protect you.
Emotion is meaningless here.
空気の陸地に乾きすぎね。I'm headed into the thick of it. Speed. Take flight. Hurry up.
How far is he? Okay.
In position. Don't come any closer. My power is all yours now.
Oh, god damn it. Oh, that's fine.
Picked out your bait yet? I will sink your corpse into shadow. No one will find it.
The distance. There!
I know what to do. Don't order me around.
Okay, that was funny.
Simple and clear.
I saw it like I thought he was gonna fly over here and then have to do something, but he got stalled. Stalled to death. Just like these guys are gonna hit Hoder and they're gonna fly, and Hoder's just not gonna give two shits about any of this.
Still mulling things over, Dr. Perfectionist?
Don't doubt your own judgment.
And then he's gonna get wailed on by Jessica.
End this.
How can I? That seems a bit unfair. Come on.
Skill. From shadows.
No,
Simple and clear.
Amia.
Picked out your bait yet? You can't hide your fear.
Do I get the child killer perk? What?
Keep me waiting.
Oh, come on! What is this nonsense? There's a phase 2?
My speed and I hand it away from me. Please.
Oh, they're all invincible. What was I thinking? That was dumb.
Tactics sharpen the mind. Speed. Take flight. Simple and clear.
Let's begin. Got it. You can't stop me.
I shall protect you. Take flight.
You can go do something else.
Speed. Your death is in my eyes. Hurry up.
Awaiting
Ow.
orders.
Order acknowledged.
Still mulling things. Use your weapon to tell me who you are.
Seize the moment.
Picked out your bait yet? Don't? You can't hide your fear.
Skill. Your death.
How many dudes are there there?
Eyes.
That
I
was
know what to
unexpected.
do. Don't order me around.
I'm so tired of the distance. There! Roger, Rogue. Don't come any closer. Skill. From shadows. Simple and clear.
That's fine.
Picked out your bait yet? I will sink your corpse into shadow. No one will find it. I know what to do. Don't order me around. An
I
eye for
probably
an
should,
eye.
Does that work on them? Only when they land.
I'm sorry. Was I too fast for you?
Alright. Hell yeah, child killer. This would be a fun event to do with not all end-game units, because it's not obnoxious. This is like a gimmick fight, so you have a traditional fight. This is nice. They give you a traditional, like, old school boss fight, like what you had in year 1. And then they give you like a mechanics-based gimmick fight like this, where it's all about completing the criteria. You still have room for creativity in how you do this. Like, you could easily do this with, you know, 1 or 2 fast redeploys. You probably don't even need that. A handful of, like, versatile units, a little bit of DP gen. Most of the guys, they run these circuits for long enough that you have time. And time is one of the biggest things that makes a stage actually hard. And so this stage wasn't really meant to be hard more than, like, interesting. And I think that's good. Like, if at a certain, below a certain power level, obviously it would be hard because you start running into stat checks. But even with not high rarity units or whatnot, like, if you build them, stat checks become pretty rare, except on specifically, like, really annoying units. Like, I didn't need Nightingale at all. You know, and Skulter's not this super strong healer. She's strong because she gives you, like, a bit of everything, and then has really good synergy with, like, units like Bagpipe that have multiplicative damage and multiple hits and fast attack speed and stuff like that. And then the global range. But I really didn't even need to really remote heal people or whatnot. I just needed to undeploy them when they were done doing what I needed them for. I didn't come in here with, like, a specialized thing. I had no idea what I was really going to have to do. Like, I could have come in here with Yato and Texas Alter. And, like, Texas Alter, her AoEs would have been able to hit this, all of this, all of this, all of this. The only thing she might not have been able to reach are, like, when they would put something here or whatnot, or here. That was a little unexpected. You know, this is probably the hardest one to reach if you don't bring something that either is a ranged ground unit. So Milnar, I used Inez, I mean Weedy theoretically, but you'd have to wait for a wind-up and Blaze. Not the best options. Honestly, like, ambushers can hit this. You know, ambushers would be good in this stage. Like, if you had 3 towers here and you put an ambusher here facing this way, you can hit 3 for 1. You know, obviously Golden Glow makes anything like this just a matter of time, because her skill has the global range and will just hit them no matter where they are. You never have to redeploy her. So yeah, I like this event a lot more than Lone Trail. You know, Lone Trail was all about the story, but the actual, like, how fun was it to play? Not really my cup of tea. Those stages are for people that really like optimization, and it always surprises me how many people like that there are. Optimization is my least favorite part of this game. In terms of trial and error optimization, I should specify. I love optimization if I'm thinking about how can I squeeze another 1,000 LMD out of my base. That's great. But when it's just like honing, you're just trying out different positions, like what I was doing with Penance earlier. Like, that's what I hate. I hate when I look at something and you can't look at something and know if something's a mistake or not until you get the result. and then you have to make like little tweaks and changes and pay attention to stuff. Some people actually like that. I just am not one of them. I will never be, and I think most people aren't, to be honest. And even the people that are, I think that if they... So this event is pretty easy. But let's say, how do you cater something like this to more advanced players? I actually think that's pretty simple. If you consider the way Originium Dust was done, there were like a lot of enemies. And we don't have a lot of stages anymore where the challenge is actually dealing with like this horde. Instead of having some like super fearsome, complex boss mechanic, you can have relatively simple bosses. But if you actually have to think about, you know, if you're leaking because you're like, holy shit, there's all these guys, how am I going to deal with this? Yeah, that became easier the second time around because of Reaper guards and stuff like that. But that was the way they had done that event, was that these units spawn additional units, and this has just spewing constant, you know, but they're all like weaklings. So it's kind of that balance between how many units you have on a stage and how annoying they are. And so many people have given up. Like AoE is like this side benefit, this niche that doesn't, it's like under prioritized. Like people always say, like, you know, A is the best AoE caster because AoE casters are DOA, they're worthless, you know, and I don't feel that way necessarily, but that's a general sentiment, and there is for sure a prioritization on single target damage over multi-target. And so in the early game that doesn't exist. You know, when I'm playing on the other account for kind of thinking about how to make the most efficient use as a new player of resources and strategy and stuff like that, it's like I have to make sure, I have to almost like not really go out of my way. It's like I have this knowledge, but it's a different muscle that I feel like I haven't exercised in a long time. Like, have lava in my party, deploy lava, you know, like that needs to be a higher priority, because it's just, you actually have a large volume of enemies, and AoE makes sense. You know, and sure, if you have enough single target DPS, you could ignore that. But you can simply, with, you know, the elites and stuff that you get later on in the game, without necessarily being overly annoying, like there's this balance with numbers and stats and abilities and things like that, and there's definitely room for them. Like, a stage can be hard because you have to undeploy and redeploy people, but not overly too much, and have like a certain degree, a window of timing where that's vital for, without making bosses have these crazy 3-paragraph long abilities and phases and all that kind of nonsense, or like in-stage gimmicks. Because I really think the in-stage gimmicks, like the carts in Chapter 13 are a good example. If you don't push the carts, you literally can't beat the stage. I feel like those carts should be so that you can beat the stage with 3 stars, not so that you can beat the stage at all. And I'm never going to change my mind on that. And I think if it were done in that way, the hardest core of the sweats that like to spend hours to figure out optimization on hard content, they wouldn't quit the game over that. But how many new players end up looking up Kyostin guides to copy verbatim because they ran against one of these challenges and couldn't figure it out? And like it feels like the game doesn't respect your time when you run into those issues. I need module data blocks. That's the priority. The time we're gonna get. I guess we're just gonna work our way. Oh, I wanted to see what this guy does too. And I won't worry about spending all of my stuff right now. Where's there should be like a thing for... Already collected it. Okay. We're gonna look at Ascalon and that, what was his name? I don't even remember. Well, he should show up here. This guy. Wifey is messaging me. Hold on. Alright. Wifey messaging. What is this guy? He's Earthshaker. What do they do? Is this like I wonder if this was what I was saying would make I'm not gonna say fix crushers, but make them interesting. I thought it would be cool if crushers to differentiate themselves from, you know, dreadnoughts and centurions, if they had been done in a way to where their attack did like a true AoE on the tile in front of them, and then had like some push force, and then there would be no need for them to even have 2 block. They could have 1 block, because the true AoE, it wouldn't matter what their additional block is, and they'd have the push force. And so, but it would be like omnidirectional. So, you know, if you had units coming from like any direction, really whatever direction they would be coming from, they would be like pushed away from like where that was hit. And that could even include like pushing them past the crusher and like into the blue box. Like it could end up being like totally meme worthy in some instances. But I actually think that makes things interesting, and that makes people want to use it more. Because if you consider like what a content creator is thinking about for stuff, they're like, what's going to be funny? What's going to be entertaining? And I think that we don't need more generic DPS or things that are meta. We don't need Surtur to be threatened. We don't need Texas or Yato to be threatened. We don't need a different flavor of Typhon. Like, we need things that are unique and quirky, but someone's going to find a way to make them broken, but it's not going to be because it's just better than something else, you know? And so, like, basically, if like how Rosmontis works, you know? But Rosmontis has, like, this huge range, but she's kind of limited in attack. The issue with the shockwaves was always that they deal physical damage, and that because they deal physical damage and it's half the value of the attack, that the shockwaves have these really depreciating returns, but they have a tremendous theoretical DPS. Now, if you had something like a Crusher Guard that was doing it, though, even half of the attack is still good, you know? And so that was my thing. I was like, wait a minute, that would be like really interesting. And then because there's push force, maybe the glass cannon aspect just matters less, because shift interrupts attacks better than stun or other crowd control effects. And so I was like thinking about it, and I'm like, man, how cool would that class have been if their trait, if the thing that they all did was that they had a shockwave that did true AoE and had some push force attached to it. And like, I think people would have completely memed. It would have been a class that you could make work. It wouldn't be like a meme because it's completely worthless. It would have been a meme because it would have been funny. It's like Liaos and Marseille. I am super stoked for those units, not because I think they're gonna break the game. Just they're interesting. It's just something unique and cool, and I want to try it out and see if there's a clever way to use their mechanics that aren't obvious. So let's take a look at what this guy does. He has a power strike, right? Just a regular splash area. So these guys are kind of like what I was talking about, what I wanted crushers, what I thought they would be cool to be. And he has a massive attack stat. Holy cow. And he has defense, because why not, you know, and a normal hit point pool. Well, a large but not abnormally large hit point pool. And what's this? I guess this number's easier to hit than it sounds, because if he's dealing like splash attack. Levitate. Holy... I swear I did not look this up already. So it's not shift force, it's levitate. But they're literally, this is what I was talking about. So everything that I said with crushers, this is what crushers should have been from the get-go. So crushers were just the beta for what are these called? Earthshakers. And now I'm stoked for Nami's new unit. Like, I think they're going to be awesome. And I don't dislike Hodor or, you know, we'll see. I haven't really looked at Ulpianus much. But I'm really stoked for Nami's new unit now. I can't remember her name. It's something simple. That's crazy. I wonder if I should build him just to get an idea of like the flavor of this class, because this looks like legitimately interesting. And of course, slow attack speed, that's fine. Block 2, that's, you know, whatever. That's fine. I'm interested. I'm actually stoked now. Why was he illuminated? What do they want me to see here? I already did that though. Whatever. Is this just the module? Why won't you go away? Holy crap! Oh, there we go. Why does it take me to this though? That's weird. Alright. I do want to burn the rest of my sanity real quick. I think I needed gels, but they have gels. Gels are a farming item. That's really ideal, because I am actually I got low on gels. I've been farming these. I think I got down to like, I don't know, single digits. I didn't run out, but I was down to single digits. So, how'd I get low on these? I thought I had a good supply. I'm going to need to farm those next. What do we got? Farming stage. I just have to do one run. And then the rest of the farming can all be off stream. Gels. Not a farming stage. That's not going to be a farming stage. Oh my gosh. Money. That is... And rocks? Whoo! This is such a good event. Oh my gosh. Holy cow. And the lowest one is rocks, which is the most useful to new players. I gotta say, Arknights is Arknights great again? I mean, the last time I felt this way was IS2, which was for me the greatest. That was the greatest era ever in Arknights. Most people seem to like IS3 and IS4 more, and I think that's rose-tinted glasses. I've played all of them a lot, and I have very specific reasons. I'll do a whole video on why IS2 is the best, and it's not even close. And I think that if people watched it, they would just change their minds. Like, anyone that has a different opinion, they're wrong, and they just don't know it yet. I guess since I just have to watch this, I can give, like, the summary. But the problem with IS3 and IS4 is snowballing. When you leaked in IS2, it detracted your life points, and that was it, right? There was no additional penalty that would carry over for the rest of the match, and that meant that if you experimented in the mode, leaking was fine as long as you had one life, you were still in the game. And so the primary reason you would fail in IS2 was because you came across a boss, and compared to other integrated strategies, the IS2 bosses are, we'll say, hard. They're not really hard, but like compared to IS3 bosses, I mean, I never had to try multiple times to clear an IS-3 boss. Or if I did, it was for something really stupid, you know. In IS-2, it took me... I got to Phantom the first time I played, but I didn't beat him because, again, it was a blind run. I had no foreknowledge. I wanted to be completely fresh on the run, and so obviously, Phantom just like ran past me, phased through me, killed a bunch of my units with elemental damage, sprinted into the box. It was a complete disaster. Then I could like see his stats and abilities, unlocked his enemy abilities thing in the archive, and I looked at it a bit and sort of formulated some ideas. And I think maybe it took me like 2 or 3 tries to beat IS-2, ending 1 on normal mode, and like that felt fine. And I probably in between that, I remember I got to him on the first try. I had some other runs where I didn't get to him, so I'm only counting actually going up against Phantom, because I still also had the RNG stages that I wouldn't necessarily know were on it, and I know that, but I played the crap out of it from the get-go. Everything was super good, because the hardest parts of IS-2 were always the bosses. And if you failed an RNG stage, which there were a few that I would always be like, this is just bullshit. But like, if you needed to have a unit in order to guarantee that you could get past certain things, like the wolf or the bear spam stages, for instance, it's like 1 Reaper, makes that not a problem anymore. Or even like, Mizuki. You have like any reasonable AoE unit and it's not a problem. You just had to make sure you had at least something with some AoE. Maybe a Mudrock. Mudrock was really good in IS-2. Obviously today you have Texas Altered, but you have to manage the redeployment timers. But if you just had a bunch of single target DPS, then you could run into issues, even if you had pseudo AoE like Centurions or Arquetto. And really, once you had Reapers, it was a non-issue. Assuming you had one in your squad when you got to one of those stages. And there was also a stage that Mudrock was really good at soloing, the one that has all the Manfield guys in a square, and you have that center spot. Well, you can deploy in like the 9 tiles in the middle, and then there's 2 ranged on the top, one on the top, one on the bottom. And that stage is a bit difficult if you don't have something that you can actually deploy that can like take up those hits. Like recently I did it with Jessica Alter, and she did, murdered them just as easily. It wasn't quite as efficient as Mudrock, who can just solo the stage though. But even so, there were a handful of stages like that that would kind of check you pretty hard on what you brought. But I didn't feel like it was severe enough to where I really needed to meet a specific meta or have a specialized squad. Even Big Sad Locke, who the second boss, a lot of people thought you really had to like have this hyper optimized squad to do it. I beat that boss without getting, while he still had his regen, with like hardly any operators, because I bring offensive SP units that have like a good power strike, so that they hit hard, you don't take too many of the AoEs. And it's like, like you can solo that stage with Arquetto and a decent healer, and if you got Wrath of Syracusa and one of the attack speed relics, like that's all you need. And if you got a few more of the Wrath likes, like Spinach, you get a like Spinach and Wrath and attack speed, and like she'd be hitting for like 8k or some ridiculous thing like that, and charging her skill crazy fast, and you'd leak a few units because you'd have no blockers. But stuff like that was just what made IS-2 so good. But each of the bosses was also way more interesting, because Big Sad Locke, who was the mechanics boss, you had to... It's not so much that you get stat checked. The only thing you get stat checked on is surviving the AoE. You don't even get stat checked on the block 4 guys because you don't really have to block them. You just have to have the right damage type and in the right positions in order for them to be a non-issue, because they have to loop back and around. And there's a little bit of a DPS race. And for low rarity, obviously you're meant to get the events to prevent him from regenning. But even if you didn't, you know, as long as you had relatively high attack units, like Mudrock was good. You could have Mudrock do her spin to deal the critical strikes just against the boss and not do extra hits, because they'd be facing the other way to block units. You could put like Lapland on the left side and the boss would be in range, although that would help stack up, you know, vanilla hits that aren't doing that much damage. You could have Bagpipe just doing S2 the whole time. And obviously you have a huge amount of artifacts that allow you to make your damage efficient on that boss, because you want to do the most amount of damage with the least amount of hits. That's it. I think I soloed that boss with a Helliger while it had regen. And obviously that was with pretty optimal artifact combos, but it was just like an interesting idea that you could do. But you didn't need to have broken artifacts to win. When IS-4 came out, I remember looking at you could look up, you know, players that are beating this, what percentage have done it, and what percentage of those cleared runs had which artifacts. And Chalice it was like over 90% of people that beat the first ending in IS-4 had Chalice. And that made me really sad. I was like, this is depressing. Like, you start off on this forced easy mode, your score gets massively nerfed. The only reason it's like that is to force people to take longer in the mode. But it's like, it's not respecting your time. There's no reason to do that. Like, just let people progress at whatever speed. And if it's fun, people will play it even when there's no rewards left. So what made me upset about the later iterations of integrated strategies was that they catered to the hardcore players that were looking for a way to make it more challenging without making it more fun. And so people that had it built up in their head that challenge was the only way to be more fun, they liked these changes. But you could have challenge without having these things that just waste your time. Like IS-2 had hallucinations. Hallucinations were debuffs, but they were a risk versus reward debuff. If you got debuffed, the enemy got debuffed. Some of the debuffs also gave you buffs. There was this level of like balance to what was happening in the mode. The aberrations in IS-3 just weren't that. There was no reason why you would say, sweet, I got this aberration. And if anyone ever did say that about that, they're coping, with the exception maybe of the one that automatically activated skills. That was the only well-designed aberration, because you could argue that's a pro and a con, right? But the other ones, it's, you know, it's just minus 50% everything. That just makes so many operators not viable at all. And you get this additional amount of RNG where you just fail stages due to no fault of your own, and now you're replaying the mode to get past, you know, Braving Nature 15, but you're doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. And to me, that is like the worst. That's not good game design. And so I thought that the Braving Nature levels were dumb. IS-2 had the 3 difficulties, the easy mode, fully optional, locked some story elements, if you could only do it that way, but you could still get some rewards. You could still figure out the bosses, you know, I get it. It was really made for normal mode. It was like Elden Ring. Elden Ring doesn't need difficulty settings. Why? Because if people want to make it hard, they'll figure out a way to make it harder. A lot of people play it and say, oh, this game is hard. The experts play it and say, oh, this game is easy. And that's how it's supposed to be. You can't make something really properly balanced with this 15 degrees of difficulties. It's not a good place to put resources, and the game's never going to be balanced in a way to where the challenge actually feels good. And some people, to me, the people that accept it are the ones that just don't value their time. And that to me is just depressing. So I will do a video very in depth on why IS2 is the best and all of the sorts of things, like in it's the same with Reclamation Algorithm. Why is it that in Reclamation Algorithm you can't move items in the base, right? And sure, now they have it so that you can like I've barely played this at all because so much of it just feels like I'm wasting my time. Why can't I just move this, right? And if I deconstruct it, I lose a certain percentage. Why? Like, really think about what the purpose of that is from a game design standpoint. It is so that you either have to go, like, it's bad if you need people to go leave this and go look up a guide so that they're not wasting resources, right? And that's what most people do. They come up with these planners or they copy someone else's strategy. That's not good. What you want is people to feel compelled to experiment on their own and figure it out. And the way you do that is you say, you know what? You should just be able to move any of these structures whenever you want for free, right? And because that it just makes sense, right? There's no reason for it to cost me to move this. The only thing that does is mean that now I have to go spend more time farming additional resources to be able to get my base to where I want it to be long term. It is a fundamentally time wasting mechanic and offers no other value. Because is it fun to go into a UI and build more of these? Is it fun to have to build more? I mean, these aren't the harvesters, mining devices and stuff like that, and just go into stages that aren't like you've done 1,000 times already. And that's the other thing. You should be able to, like, stage 1 of the game should just be farming the food, farming the wood, farming the stone, all of that kind of stuff. Then you should be able to, at some point, just build something that gets you those resources here the same way that you have the food, right? And that should just be a thing. At a certain point, the entire mode should never have you farming any resources. You should be getting all of it from the base. Because that's how it is with Minecraft, that's how it is with Terraria, right? Like, you have to do something yourself for a while, but then you automate that process out of the gameplay loop and move on to the other things. Because if you have to do the same thing over and over and over again, just to burn up time, eventually that process isn't really fun anymore. And it's not stopping players from farming if they enjoy it. Right? Like, you still have, and you don't, the mode doesn't have to be easy because of it either. What do people want to do? Do they just want to drop in a stage to farm some wood and construct some things? Right? Or do they want to, like, fight the bosses and, you know, come up with cool base designs and experiment and have this sandbox mode, you know? And so it's just, I really did not like, after Integrated Strategies 2, how much the idea of the game with Design of Strife, with Pinch Out, with Trials for Navigator, with Reclamation Algorithm, IS3 and IS4, how they had gone in this direction that forced you to waste so much of your time instead of encouraging the experimentation, encouraging the weird ideas, encouraging people to not have to look up guides and say, even if you fail, even if something goes wrong, it's not so bad. You know, like, you didn't waste your time. You got something out of it, which is the Elden Ring, the Dark Souls way, right? Even if you lose some of your souls, right? Like, you made up for it with understanding an enemy, and hopefully you weren't killed in a way that was complete bullshit. I mean, I know there's like some debate on that. Personally, I think Elden Ring takes a little too far with how much they sped up enemies and whatnot, but we won't get into a full discussion on that. My favorite Soul games is Dark Souls 1. And yeah, sure, it's the easiest one, but I care about fun more than I care about bragging to people about which game I've beaten and how good I am. I have my my achievements. Maybe I will flaunt them someday. But yeah. Anyways, that will end it on this account for now. I don't know if I'll stream the EX stages or not. I'll definitely do some integrated strategies content at some point, and I will also come back at some point to do the new player account. Hold on, wifey is going to sleep. Okay. All right. So I'm going to switch over, I guess, to... it probably makes more sense even to like end the stream and start a new one, but I'm not going to do that. We are going to test out these features. Let's see if I do this right. Right?
You can't let them see you exhausted.
And so we go to that, and now I can log out and log back in.
Arknights. Ohayo, Doctor.
All right. You saw nothing before this. It's a new day. Welcome to the stream. We're going to continue the trek on the new player experience. Having not seen any of shinies and craziness and overpowered. I did a little bit of house cleaning in the base already. Accidentally got a level and spent some sanity to pre-farm a little bit. But I haven't done any progression on here aside from a bit of pre-farming and putting ops into the barracks. But I'm still... It's hard to manage the morale until I get this third barracks. Which I think we can maybe do, maybe not do today. I'm not sure. I upgraded the trading post, so we now have 2 slots in here, which is really going to help us out. So hopefully my factory can keep up. I will have to upgrade this. Let me see if I have building materials. I do. So we are actually just going to fully go balls to the walls on that. And then balls to the walls on this. Well, not quite balls to the walls. We need 3 of them. And I need some drones, but not a ton. So we'll just let those drones cook. Oh, I need to do the power first, because I can't even upgrade that yet. So power first, then the factory. That'll have us at 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm not sure if it's better to wait until I can upgrade all of these or to do the dorms to get this floor, but that level of hyper optimization is probably not super significant. So I'm not going to say that that's something new players really need to concern themselves so much with. Oh, this was something else. I completed some of the pinboard stuff as well, so long as it didn't involve progression, like using a practice permit or something like that. Wait, do I have... So I have enough to pull. We're going to pull on the Ascalon banner. Up to the guarantee. Sweet Jeebus. And I don't actually care about 6 stars so much. What I really want is the 4 stars that I need. So let's hope I get one of them. Bubble? Okay. I don't need a bubble, but she's not bad. here.
医師
3
見習い
star.
のハイビスカスです。みんなからはハイビスって呼ばれてます。今日からドクターと
Another 4 star.
ドクター、新人オペレーターのジャッキーだよ。前はクルビアで補助警察を
Oh, Susuro's really good.
ドクターは
But
各方面に精通していて
I'll only build her if I don't get, like, something else. Susuro is very good. Don't get me wrong. But, Perfumer's also very good. And, what we really want long term is a Telopsis and a Warfarin for our relatively low-hanging fruit. And, a Nightingale. Aya Altar is pretty out of reach, so... Oh, a new operator. I don't know who this is at all. I have no idea what they do. Hey, we got a Haze. It is about time. I might have to build her. Haze is great and terrible. Which maybe makes her a really interesting unit in some ways. I don't like boring units, so it's not a diss. She sacrifices a lot of survivability, but has res debuff, which on a 4 star is pretty uncommon. And I believe her res debuff is it's not just personal. I think it affects, it's like an actual debuff on the unit. It's not a buff on her, it's a debuff on the unit. So any arts damage that they take is amplified if they have resistance, because they'll just be taking more of the damage. It reduces their damage reduction. So we now have a 20% chance. We'll probably still get a 5 star. 80% chance of 5 star, 20% chance of a 6 star on this roll. 5 star. A potential. What are the chances? That's not really what we want at this stage. But at least April potentials are worth more than most other 5 star potentials. So... I wish I didn't have to, like, confirm on this. And these are all new. So Haze. Yeah. See, this res reduction is on the target. And so this reduces res for anyone attacking that target, not only Haze. But it does still apply to her attacks. But her main damaging attack makes her very, very squishy. So this doesn't change leveling up this skill, but obviously her attack and attack speed go up. And one of the good things with casters is that attack speed always gives you exactly what it says. You don't have to worry about effective DPS versus theoretical. 35 equals 35 DPS, straight up, for casters. And that stacks multiplicatively for them with attack as well. So at higher levels, because both of these increase with skill, between the two of these, her attack is, or her damage per second is pretty good. And at E2, this res ability is also pretty good. It's just you have to deal with this massive hit point debuff, which is just something you're not concerned with if you have like an Aya or a Golden Glow. But it does make Haze potentially a unit I might have to build because we're using Amiya. The other option is Click, who I don't have, but Click doesn't have Res Shred. So as good as Click is, I'll still be arts limited, and we are using Mouse. So how much I need Click to deal stuns or have that additional range is a bit less if I'm dealing a decent amount of my arts damage with a blocker, because the alternative to crowd control is blocking. So, and Click is not ever necessary. It's just a combination of abilities she has on her kit that you can take advantage of. But there's always other options. So with what we have, at some point Lava's going to fall off. But that's fine because she's a 3-star. Even if I max her out, it's not like, I spent E2 mats or farmed chips or something. So that's why I leveled her instead of Gitano. There might be a few things that are a bit difficult to do with Lava, like Annihilation 2. I know that having a AoE caster is... however, Lava is almost literally the weakest option. Technically, it's 12F. But that'd be silly to use him. We're not talking about silly options. So, but I think that she'll be fine. We might have to put some more levels on her, maybe some more skill. All of that's fine. Not a steep investment. But we're probably going to trade Lava for Haze. But again, we'll probably start building Haze maybe around the same time we're building Jay. We might build them together. Susuro if we have to. But we'll hold on to Ansel until we're at least looking at like E2ing operator. If we're E2ing operators and I get to the point where I'm like, oh, I need to upgrade my healers, and I'm still running Ansel, then Susuro will definitely be who we go with. And I'll talk about this a little bit. Susuro is crazy strong at raw healing, and it's because this skill right here. I talked about how these two amplify each other multiplicatively. Well, the same is true for her, and this is at skill level 1. When she's at skill level 7, this is pretty cracked. And even though you can only use it twice per battle, it recharges quickly. It has okay-ish duration, like generally long enough for what you need at the point in the game where you'd be using 3 stars and 4 stars. But the times that you would need to burst heal like 3 times is just, it's, maybe Annihilations, even then uncommon. And because you can E2 her, if you're running out of these charges, chances are it's not because of a boss, it's because of low stats, low investment. And so you can just invest further in just normal levels. But yeah, she is, she's, the talent's not that good, but this skill is, so. Well, I guess the talent, it depends. For most people, this talent's not that good, but yeah, that skill right there is cracked. And so yeah, Susuro. It's good that we have her because it's a good backup. I have no idea what is a Juggernaut. A 4-star Juggernaut? Holy, we might need this. Need is a strong word. We might want this. So you have to kill to get hit points back, but that's not the worst thing ever. She's already better than the 5-star welfare. What's her name? Kobe's friend. Not Indra, the other one. Vulcan. Stops attacking. Massive shield. Magnetic field? What does that mean? 45 deals 3% attack as arts damage? Okay, that's a bit like Penance's skill 2. And pulls people towards her. So I guess this is just the flavor text for that. So she just does passive arts around her, pulls people towards her, and gains some defense, but doesn't have normal physical attack. Every 2 seconds. And this is blue, so this gets improved. This also means that this attack won't be affected by attack speed and a lot of the artifacts and integrated strategies and stuff like that. So she's probably like a pretty middling pick for integrated strategies, but for general content where that rarely becomes a concern, she looks like an absolute like unit for a 4-star. She's probably very good. If new players get her, probably not a bad idea to invest. Let me just say that. What we still want, a Gummy, because that's going to end up being mandatory for a different reason, because Gummy can heal other people, not just herself. But this is probably going to be a unit that I'm going to have to build on my main account. That's what I'm thinking. Survival and defense. Oh, she has the same, obviously the same. If she gets added to 4-star recruitment, then Vulcan will be harder to guarantee. And then that's just a power strike. That's fine. That actually probably works really well with her talent. That's something to think about. It's nice to have a few more options. Oh, Cliffheart. We're gonna build. We have to build Cliffheart. We need at least a puller. We're gonna build her to E1, and I think at least skill 4. And I also have the mats for Amiya. That is what I actually pre-farmed. Although it looks like I got some additional stuff. This is gonna give us her skill 2 that we can't use until she's E2. Just because of the 100 cost. But when she gets her talent, which right now is just showing up as question marks, at E2, every hit she deals to an enemy gives you a good amount of SP. I think it's at before pot 6, I think you get 2 SP per hit. At pot 6, you get 3. And every time she kills an enemy, I think you get 8 SP, 10 at P6. And then her module improves. You get additional SP for elites and kills, which helps make it easier to make her skills worth it without P6. E2 is the minimum requisite for using any skill besides 1, but P6 helps a lot. This really turbocharges her skill charge. So the only thing that I really don't like about the way they did her kit is that SP batteries aren't very effective on her. So her own talent helps charge her quickly, but SP batteries get diluted by the large cost. So right now, if I tried to use this skill, it would just be shit. It takes way too long to charge, and what we get out of it just isn't that great. At Mastery 1, it hits 8 times for 50%. And that's what you really need is Mastery 1 on this. You can go up to Mastery 3 for it to be 60% here. You don't get any other hits. It doesn't reduce the stun time or anything else. Doesn't extend the duration. Doesn't reduce the cost. So really M1 is all you need to make Amiya like peak effective without, you're not technically milking every last drop, but you're getting 400% damage bonus on this. And it takes only like 20 seconds to charge it at E2 P6, or potentially E2 P anything less than 6, but with the module. In a lot of cases, at least. So we always need more of these skill books and rocks. What does that go up to? It's not a huge. I mean, that is a bigger upgrade because it goes from 6 to 7 hits, but we're not going to use that anyways. So we don't have enough to get her, so we'll hold off on leveling her, but we're also not going to spend all of our resources yet because we do need to level her, but it's not imperative yet. And I think they give us Rope, but we're not going to level Rope. We're going to level Cliffheart because she has more kind of long-term utility. Although I think Rope has a good Rick skill. We'll have to look at that. She has a good Rick skill too, but you really kind of need Silver Ash as well. She goes well with the E0J. True damage. That's not a bad cycle time. That probably goes down too with skill upgrades. It's a little expensive for us right now, so we will hold off on that. I'll collect this.
Products
And we are gonna do...
Ohayo.
What were we gonna do? That was something we were gonna do. I know there's that boss I want to finish off. What was the issue? It was Skull Shatter. Skull Shatter was killing Liskarm. Right? And what was I gonna do about it? I was gonna make Cruz stronger. And maybe Arketo? Oh, it was Lapland was getting killed too. And we don't need that. So am I gonna farm for that? Well, what we can do in the meantime, I can see. That's not what I wanted. We wanted this. I can probably do the first few levels here. I'm not going to try and see how deep I can push because we're literally just doing this for the shop rewards. It's much more efficient than just normal farming. And these first few stages should be pretty simple. Should be. We'll see. See if I regret those words. It feels so different from my other account. Now we get the back-to-back. I can't reach. It's so depressing. We'll get a Liskarm in there. And then Liskarm will battery these 3 operators, which is spicy. It's so different going from endgame account to newbie account, literally back to back on the same stage. Oh man. Do I actually have to like look at their stats? Defense, weak on defense, weak on defense, weak on defense. So I kind of want to avoid using then the I want to avoid using my casters and arts units for the most part. Oh, I already know. I know. We did this already. Yep. I'm curious if they let me deploy Fang here. I don't know why you would. Well, they let me deploy there. Because the thing is, if you have this gap, then you can't split box enemies that get through Fang. And that would be like you want unless there's an enemy ability that affects you for being in that proximity, you want to be able to split box enemies. I'll explain a split box. Oh, I can't even. So when Doberman is here, right, and you have enemies coming this way, once you get past 2, they run through her. Or no, maybe Doberman was here. They run through her and get blocked by the next unit. So Doberman has to attack the units she's blocking unless she has AoE, right? Meanwhile, when that unit gets blocked by someone here, right, they're between these 2 zones. And so when Doberman finishes killing the units she's blocking, she can then attack units that are stacked up here. Because they're occupying both of these boxes, so that's where the term split boxing comes from. So that's why you see me deploying Mouse in front of a unit like Liskarm, because units will stack up on Liskarm, and Mouse will be doing DPS, but she can only block 1. However, Liskarm's DPS isn't that good, and by having Mouse in front, once she kills something, she can start killing the enemies that Liskarm is blocking. Meanwhile, those enemies, while they're hitting Liskarm, are SP batterying Mouse so that her DPS is higher. And then if I have Lapland, also SP batterying Lapland so that she can get her skill off. And so that is why that order is there. And split boxing is like a part of that. Because I'll see like a lot of players, they'll put a DPS and it won't be someone like Lapland S1. You lose some efficiency because you're only dealing 80% of your damage when she's not the one blocking. But in her S2, that minus 80% goes away once it activates. But let's say you had, Vigna and she's back here, and then you have a like Kuora up here. You're only dealing damage to those enemies once they get, once they're not quite split box. Like they have to go deep enough into this zone for Vigna's attack range to actually hit them. And so I see a lot of people, a lot of new players when they play this game. They'll put a defender in front of their DPS, and then their defender has shit DPS, and their DPS is just standing there. Their defender gets 3 units stacked up, then the rest of the units just go through like it's nothing. The DPS doesn't have a high enough block count, and then they go into the blue box.
これが戦場というものね。獲物を見つけました。弦の振動を感じて。みんな、私に続け。かしこまりました。弓を引いて狙いを定めて放つ。視界良好。みんな私に続け。弓を引いて狙いを定めて放つ。
That doesn't do anything, does it? There's like no point to that chain.
了解しました。福音が指先に集まる。みんな私に続け。戦って弓を引いて狙いを定めて放つ。貫く。
Which way do these guys go?
現には3つの選択が、敵には3種の苦難があります。さあ、
Arts isn't really like peak here, but it's the DPS that I have. It would have been, for this stage, this would probably be better with Vigna. But I don't have Vigna.
はい、私が参戦したからには当然の結果です。これでもう誰もランデン修道院がラテラーノの飾り物だなんて思いませんよね。
And if we fail this, I'm not going to try and optimize. This is probably the last one I'm going to try. I'm not really sure how it'll go. But that's fine. We're just going to see how far we can get for now. Out of morbid curiosity is not the right word, but you get the point.
弓を引いて狙いを定めて放つ。怖くはないわ。みんな私に続け。消防規則にのっとり違反行為として処罰する。戦っている時は私の目をごまかせると思うな。狙って警戒態勢を維持します。ほら頑張れ。もうちょっとで僕に勝てるかもしれないよ。消火器噴射します。ここにいたのね。怯えたりしませんから。ここだよ。君にできるかな。ここにいたのね。問題ないわ。
Man, a pine cone would be useful here. Oh god. Come on! Yeah! That's as far as we're going to go for now, because this event will go for a while, and we will push deeper as our ops get developed. But if I have to farm something that they have here, what do they want here? 20. What's the rocks and sugar? Hey, these are all stuff that I need. Okay. So we can farm rocks and sugar, or these if we have to. I can probably push into this. Maybe. But what we really wanted was the low-hanging fruit. And now we have access to some development materials at a pretty good price. Was there a guard that I needed? No. But I might need some of these. So, ooh, we needed these. We needed, so many good, juicy items.
Ohayo, Doctor.
So...
どんどん強くなる僕の力、愛してくれるよね。
Oh, Oh man, I don't think they had those though. They had these. So 3 skill books, 3 of those. Skill books. I know I'm gonna need more of these. Pre-buy some. I feel like there was somebody that had those as well. Not a lot, like a 3-star or something. We might have to buy some XP and LMD as well. I'm not really sure yet. I don't want to go back and forth too much. Alright. Did they have that in the store? I'm not sure. Cruise. Oh my gosh, I keep running into those. Please tell me they have something like that in the store. It would just make my life easier. Nope. They do have these though. I don't even remember what I needed. Grindstone has no tier 2, so... I had one already. Meow. Was it her? It was her that used those. I don't wanna spend on that though. I think we should get some levels for our blockers, our main primary blockers. We're gonna and physical DPS. We just get the most amount of bang for buck, even on the expensive side. And our DPSs. And I might have a little bit to raise Ansel up to 30 or something, but if they take less damage and deal more, then we should be, you know, golden. Although I'm thinking about it, if they deal more damage, then I have less time to set up well, I'm thinking if I need this or not. Because I really don't want to do that. But we will buy... I will get some XP, because it is pretty valuable to me right now. I keep clicking the wrong one. And we can farm some of this, but we'll get those. Alright.
Level up 完了しました。ありがとう。私が 迷惑になっていなければいいのですが。なるほど。本当に役に立つ知識ばかりです。ドクター、ご指導
Who
い
was
ただ
the
きあ
other
りが
one
とう
that
ございま
used
す。
that material? We're just gonna do that. I'm not gonna think about that cost. I really should do this too.
Products received.
Yeah, we'll do Amia. We can, man, this event is really gonna help us a lot. Holy cow. I feel blessed. Because even farming those low-level stages, it'll get us, every sanity you spend gives you reward currency. I'm not going to be able to buy out the shop on this account, and it's not going to matter, because I really only have to play this into the mid-game. Once players get to the mid-game, you know, everything that you learn about the game, it becomes very esoteric, and I'd like to cover those topics, but I'll already have even all of that stuff, like split boxing is esoteric, and talking about weird nuancy stuff like Eunectus SP battering her without a module, for instance, you know, all that kind of stuff. Niche knowledge. But I don't have to play this account into the mid game for that, because once you get into the mid game, it's just optimizing. It's just you know, you have a solid core, you're just picking the operator that you feel you want the most at that point. It's not, I have to have this, it's, this is nice. You know, your base is, oh, if I raise this operator, I get some better efficiency. But it's not, you're outside of the realm of making mistakes that could set you back significantly, like, and be painful to have to correct. That's really what we're trying to cover here. And what was I going to build? I need to build a power plant.
Upgrading. Infrastructure complete.
この部屋、漏電対策はしっかりされていますか?
And wait. Oh, because he's I was gonna say.
これでいい。
We really need we really need that door. Oh man. My base is not going to be running efficiently until we get at least the 3rd floor for this storm. I'm going to keep running into issues here where my operators are all low on morale and stuff. Hey, though, that's what we need. We need those data blocks. We'll save this for now. I think this is technically, if you were a new player, you wouldn't really want to progress the story. It's better for me to go and farm, to just farm the event. Even if I get locked on progression, just farm whatever stages you can, because the event currency lets you buy all of those things that you then don't have to farm at a low efficiency for. But I do want to defeat this stage, and this isn't really going to be like, I don't want to turn this into like an event clearing guide. That's not really the point, because it's not about doing like specific stages or specific strategies, just understanding the thought process for how to be efficient clearing content. Now, if I had built this new Lutonata, she's really good. If I would ditch Shaw right now for her if I had the resources. that's just something to think about. Like, there's certain moves that I'm going to do on this account. Like, I won't have it long enough, but I do want to mention, like, if this were my only account and my main account, when I talk about transitioning to that mid game, that's when you start wanting to pick out like other things that you want to raise, because they'll be useful at some point, whether that's integrated strategies or some event that you don't know about. Like having operators that you can deploy completely independently to cover a lane is hugely valuable as you enter the mid game. And the only reason we did Shaw is because we have to have a shift operator for some stuff. It gives us a niche, but we're not over investing in Shaw because their overall utility is still limited. Whereas someone like Lutenata, they're not mandatory, but their utility is relatively unlimited because every stage has a scenario where you want to block enemies and deal damage to them. And if you don't need a healer or other supporting units around them and they can be relatively independent, then that gives them like a unique level of utility that can be incredibly valuable. And it's the same reason why you need to build a Gummy or a Saria, but for them it's not so much that they deal damage on their own, it's that they can heal themselves, but they can also heal some other operators in their area. So if you need to heal in an area where there's no range tile to put a healer, a traditional healer, then you need someone like Gummy. Jay can semi-fill that role with his S2, but he has to be killing something, attacking something to do it. It has to have low enough defense for him to damage it, and you have to spend a ton of DP to keep him out to do that. So around the time where you start having cold and cold casters and stuff like that, there's some stages that have some awkward deployment and pre-deployed casters and whatnot, and like if you have a Gummy, it's easy, and if you don't, it's the most painful thing you've ever done. So unless you have maybe a Texas Alter or something, which is not the norm. So build your Gummy, as Supa would say. That's the lesson. And I think, because we kind of honed this strategy, the main thing that was holding us back was that we were just a little too much on the brink. Our Lapland was just dying from damage that we really couldn't afford to have her die from. Hopefully the extra damage we have now is enough. But I'm feeling pretty good.
一発で仕留めます。怖くはないわ。ここにいたのね。主の祝福があらんこと。チャージ。持ちこたえてください。ラテラーナの栄光を背負って戦います。弦の振動を感じて。何でしょうか。
Did I fucked that up.
今回はこれくらいでは
That's unfortunate. Plume. Man, I need that Figna.
行動開始します。
奴らの魂が見えるぜ。すぐ私に刈り取られる運命だけどな。
The timing's gonna be a little bit different too, with units dealing more damage. Because I probably had to wait for Plume to kill that unit or retreat her earlier. But I don't remember that being a problem last time. So that might just be a weird quirk that we induced by killing other units too quickly. Even if it's only like marginally too quickly, like some units spawn based on like a trigger of a unit dying. And I know that we had to activate her skill in order to prevent... The other thing is maybe Fang needs to be down here, you know?
弦には3つの選択が、敵には3種の苦難があります。悪くない雷鳴よ、轟け。 弓を引いて狙いを定めて放つ。了解しました。弦の振動をクリア。落ち着いて。
貫く。
We really need Liskarm to live. Come on.
弓を引いて
Get that damage
狙
out.
いを定めて
Fuck.
放つ。弓を引いて狙いを定めて放つ。
さあ、あと少し。
はい。
そうだ。
Who died? Oh, fuck, it's still
ここを
Lapland.
死守します。
備えは万全です。
現には3つの選択が、敵には3種の苦難があります。
We are still having problems. How is she not dying, though? We have more tanking, more damage.
.まずい、こちらに火が来ます。
おはよう。
Man, it's bothering me that this trust is going so slow, though, too. Do I just need to get more skills for her? Is that the deal? 6 and 2. I don't know if I have enough. I mean, we can farm a little bit. Keep hitting the wrong thing like 3 times. Do 2 of these. We'll see what resources we can buy.
諸君、君らの顔なんて覚えてられないけど、まあ行こうか。
獲物を見つ
貫く。
現には3つの選択が、敵には3種の苦難があります。怖くはないわ。
貫く。
現には3つの選択が、敵には3種の苦難があります。戦っている。
私の目をごまかせると思うな。
視界良好。狙ってー。
君にできるかな。
治療の準備を。
Maybe I'll try Lapland S1. Just because the enemies on that side, they have resistance and they're weak to, well, quote unquote, weak to physical. And it'll give her that dodge. Because I think we can deal with Liskarm. I think there's room for optimizing the timing on that so that Liskarm doesn't die. I'm not entirely sure why she died with more stats and more damage coming her way. And with the healers having their skills upgraded too. But we can buy stuff to upgrade her skill to make it proc a little bit more often. I don't know if that's going to make the difference really with Skull Shatter.
狙ってー。
私たち抗ってみなよ。
行動開始します。
作戦準備をお願いします。注射薬の用意は整いました。
主の祝福。
みんな私に続け。
福音が指先に集まる。怖くはないわ。
みんな私に続け。
弦の振動を感じて。
に全てをかけて我が信念を貫く。警戒態勢を。
ここだよ。
君にできるかな。
持ちこたえてください。狙ってここからはスースの戦い。現には3つの選択や敵には3種の苦難があります。
抗ってみなよ。
ここにいたのね。ここだよ。
さあ、あと少し。承知しております。
Alright.
占いの結果が出たぞ。完全勝利だ。おはよう、ドクター。おはよう、ドクター。
レベルアップ完了しました。
隊長はテキサスにやってもらおう。
If we can't get past this, then I'll probably just end up farming the event for mats. That'll probably be the best thing that I can do. Haze would be good against this guy too, because I can kind of control, like, as long as who has aggro on him would typically want to be a tank that doesn't die. As long as you have aggro on him, then you can deploy a caster with pretty much impunity that they're not going to get killed. And then when you activate their skill, the res debuff means you can actually efficiently do damage to them. And that's kind of like what's important. Oh, you know what might... No, it's fine. Get her out a little bit sooner to charge the skill. So we're going to do a stagger so that there's not a chance of AoE. Oh man, we got a leak up here too. And then that's not gonna be enough. We are still getting stat checked. Holy crap.
次はもっと頑張るから。
I hate getting stat checked. Like, I'm just... Like, chances are, if we had Kuora instead, this would be fine. I wasn't really planning, again, in my memory. Again, last time I played this, I guess I had Hoshiguma, and so I was kind of spoiled in that regard. It's crazy to me to think how many people would have re-rolled the account I started with, and how much harder that would have made everything. Because right now, I have so much more experience and knowledge, but my original account with Vigna and Texas, I wouldn't have the issues I have with Fang and Plume, which is like my #1 issue. And then with Hoshi, I wouldn't have the tanking issue. It's like every problem I have right now is solved. And that's kind of funny to me, because I probably would have had Vigna up here, and then Texas is a blocker, is an additional blocker, and Vigna's damage would literally be enough, I think, for the most part. I'd be missing a bit of, like, I wouldn't have AoE, so I'd still need decent DPS here. Any decent ranged physical damage dealer. And then Hoshi would probably be able to tank this. And then, you know, same with Kuora, with skill 2 burning. I'm pretty sure that Crown Slayer would die. The thing is though, we're really close to reducing target surrounding eyes for a short period of time. See, once they're blocked, they don't reduce the defense anymore. Their attack is just going really high once they go into that phase and cutting through the defense that I have, you know. And I think more than my healer's output, our issue is probably just the hit points, raw hit points. Like, that's 100 hit points. I mean, that's not a bad amount of hit points for 10 levels. We really need trust bonuses. I'm getting brutalized by that, and skills not making like a huge difference. It doesn't even become cheaper. That's kind of a rip-off. This one does. We could try this and hope that the stun works. It's only 15% though. And that doesn't solve Lapland dying. Dang it. I really need this for this account. I need 4 of them too, which is unfortunate. I can't get it here. I can't get it here. Oh, why? What's the other banners? Yeah, it doesn't matter. I don't have enough for it. Oh, man. Can I keep clicking the wrong one. We can try this. I don't have very high confidence in being able to do it necessarily, but maybe. But it will give us some resources, and it's something novel and new. So I can burn some more of the sanity, and then I can just put it in farming mode.
皆さん、警戒してください。承知しております。
私に続け。みんな私に続け。
福音が指先に集まる。弓を引いて狙いを定めて放つ。わかりました。
みんな私にこの槍に全てをかけて我が信念を貫く。
福音が指先に集まる。
備えは万全です。
視界良好。
悪くない位置取り。
弓を引いて狙いを定めて。
Oh no, wrong skill.
現には3つの選択が、敵には3種の苦難があります。現には3つの選択が、敵には3種の苦難があります。現には3つの選択が、敵には3種の苦難があります。持ちこたえてください。ええ、落ち着いて。はい、この声は泣いている。そうだ。福音が指先に集まる。
ほら頑張れ。もうちょっとで僕に。
No, you motherfuckers! What's their ability? Was that because of elemental damage? I feel like, well, I needed her to be on S2. That was my bad.
早く。亡霊だってお前を救えない。あなたのお薬です。皆さんが私のことを信じてくれてますから。弓を引いて狙いを。
Why are they able to just walk past? That's what I want to know.
ごめん。次はもっと
What
頑張
are
る
they
から。
doing? What is that? Unblockable. Ah. The wrong skill there.
隊長はテキサスにやってもらおう。
Alright, I have an idea.
みんなリラックスしてていいからね。
貫く。
怖くはないわ。獲物を見つけました。
みんな私に続け。
弓を引いて狙いを定めて放つ。 現には3つの選択が、敵には3種の苦難があります。弦の振動を感じて。
みんな私に続け。
持ちこたえてください。弦の振動を感じて。
みんな私に続け。準備完了。
警戒態勢を維持します。ここにいたのね。了解しました。狙って
救急箱クリア。
ここにいたの。さあ、こういう香りは好き？はい、皆さんが私のことを信じてくれてますから。弦の下の槍に全てをかけて。
Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, kill him, kill him, kill him, kill him, kill him. Ah, fuck. I'll have to think about this and come back to it. We're not dealing enough damage to these guys. I mean, I guess it makes sense with like these so high percentage of HP, so we just have to maximize these chains. I tried to do that a bunch, but they walk around in a circle here. Oh, there's a tile here. I didn't even see that. So they want me to connect it that way so that when they're walking around, they bleed their hit points. Because I just don't have anything that can get through those defenses otherwise. We'll give it one more try. We'll do Lapland there, and hopefully that won't be suicide.
みんな、くれぐれも安全にね。
私たちにお任せくだ。
皆さん、警戒してください。ここを死守します。怖くはないわ。
貫く。
了解しました。
みんな私に続け。悪くない位置取りだね。
持ちこたえてください。
みんな私に続け。
福音が指先に集まる。
See, that's the thing, though. What about... Yeah, I don't get chains if I do that. See, anything I put here, he's gonna get killed. Oh, maybe not.
備えは万全です。
警戒態勢を維持します。弓を引いて。
I mean, if this doesn't work, there's no way.
問題ないわ。確かに。はい。福音が指先に集まる。
Don't die, don't die.
現には3つの選択が、敵 は3種の苦難があります。一発で仕留めます。福音が指先に集まる。
私たちにお任せください。ほら頑張れ。もうちょっとで僕に勝てるかもしれないよ。
福音が指先よ。確かに。ドクター、この声は泣いている。
Too late on that. And then I can't block him. I literally, if he goes this way, there's no way. There's literally no way. Yeah. So how the fuck are you supposed to get the chains above? Or do I just have to... I have to, like, bind him or something? Oh, here. Oh, it's so annoying. And I don't have a gravel. This is like the type of stage that, like, with my account where it's at, you couldn't even follow a Kyostin guide because you don't even have like the low rarity operators. And they'll all be E1 max level, skill level 7. I mean, like, it says I should be able to do this, but I still need to have stuff that I can deploy on these, and not having a fast redeploy means that moving around on these when I need them is not really that much of an option. Unless I, you know, go grind the stage a whole bunch and see if there's, like, precise timings that I can do. But that's, like, an insane thing to do for a random for that. We'll just level up and hope I get something. I'm unfortunately hard locked at this point, and this guide is going to become boring if I have to farm stuff to progress. I was really hoping that that would be less of a case than it has become. But it's clear that I'm supposed to develop the base more. And there's a stage for farming materials for that, and that would be the smart thing to do. It's just not interesting to stream because I just spend all your sanity for the day on construction materials. But maybe, you know, maybe I won't stream that. Maybe I'll just farm a bit off stream and play on my main account and do integrated strategies or something else, and then I can come back to pushing further. Actually, it doesn't even make sense for me to do construction stages because the event. So I mean, I might be stuck farming this stage on this account, just burning all the sanity here, and having missions to get me the base resources because the skill books and the materials, the experience books, all that's way too valuable to waste any sanity pretty much anywhere else. So Crown Slayer might not be this week, to be honest. And then by the time we do Crown Slayer, though, we would be way... we would outscale it if I just farmed this. I don't know. I have to make a decision about that. It would be remiss for me to just ignore the event entirely because new players should be pushing into events just to get the lowest hanging fruit out of the store no matter what. Like, that's just, even if you're farming like stage 1, stage 2, maybe stage 3, like I did here, that just gets you the most bang for your buck. It's not even a question. My investor meeting is in a few hours, but it'd be nice to get some food and stuff for that. So this is probably gonna be it's probably gonna be where we end it for today on this account. Burn our sanity on this. Pray to God I don't level up. because I don't want the... It'd be nice if I could control... It'd be nice if when you leveled up you got like a sanity potion or something, you know? That didn't expire. I also need a proper unit that's not Shaw. I guess it's probably going to end up being Gravel. If I had a Gravel, honestly, that would probably also help a lot with the Skull Shatter stage, because I could stall Skull Shatter a little bit to change the timing of the enemies at the top, and then I could undeploy Gravel. Liskarm lives long enough for me to redeploy Gravel at the top in order to prevent Lapland from getting overwhelmed. Then I can undeploy that, and if Liskarm ends up dying, hopefully have enough time to deploy her there to block just long enough. I mean, it could work. That's still sketch. That's still really sketch. But that's a maybe. Actually, I just thought no, I don't even have that. In my mind, I was thinking, oh, I can deploy Castle 3, but I can't because I don't have Castle 3. Oh, man. My theory crafting is so much more limited when you just don't even have even the low rarity stuff. So close to a level up. Oh my goodness. Alright. I'm really glad we didn't get the level up. I won't spend anything yet. I will come back to maybe what to spend tomorrow, because we'll have another day of base resource generation. I might come on tonight off stream just to see how many operators in dorms I can replace, because I'm worried about efficiency here dropping dramatically. We don't have that many operators to cycle out even with useful skills. And every LMD, every XP helps right now. It's insane how valuable it all feels to me. DP cost, that'll be nice to get her cost down. I might have to, I might end up having to do this. I really don't want to. but we might just get to a point where we don't have a choice. We don't have a lot of physical DPS, which sounds... Oh, in a way we do. We have DPS, we don't have attack, except for when we're on like skill procs and RNG. Actually, they all have comparable attack to... but she's not E1 even. Single target physical damage. Is she really our best option right now? That is, I want to see something. What is... There's no way that she would be... Yeah, there's no way. I was gonna say, I wonder if Cliffheart can, like, do some shift shenanigans with true damage and to keep Liskarm alive, but no. The answer is no. Wait, these materials are... I can like farm for the tier 2 if I have to, buy the skill books. I wonder if we can get Mouse to skill level 7. Because minus 25% might get us Liskarm alive. And then our only other problem is Lapland dying. And level 50 gets us a little bit. In that case, Perfumer might actually be more valuable. Oh, that's pretty cheap too. I should like have a pad of paper and a pen here so I can take notes, so I don't end up having to like go back and forth and waste so much time. I will have to figure something out for that to make these streams more efficient, where I can just jot something down, but we definitely can do Perfumer's skill. Was it Liskarm's skill? Liskarm's skill. We can do Ansel's skill. Does that increase? It does increase duration. And it's a 10% bonus, which is nice. That'll help Liskarm. Cruise. We can farm for this. It's not too bad. 15. I might have to spend 30 or 45 sanity to get one, but that's not completely off of the table. Getting 3 of them is a bit harsh right now, but if we only need 1 for Cruise to get, and hopefully the next material is something easier for me to get at this phase, like if I can buy it from the shop, if I can get her to 7, that would be big as well. So that's going to be the plan for tomorrow, I think, is to just farm stuff for those skills. Maybe if I think we can get Skull Shatter, we'll do it. Worst case scenario, it'll be really short and I'll just farm the Babel event and maybe see if I can get that next stage. But I have to think about how to do the chains, because there's nothing I can do that's going to get me the damage. It's going to have to be something with chains and not having a gravel. Like, I really should have gravel in my party instead of Shaw, but it just has not been in the tea leaves for me. I do have these. We'll burn these real quick.
バニラと申します。訓練生としてここで勉強させていただきます。
We have a refresh. It doesn't matter which one we refresh. Boo. we need all of those reduced, and I don't really have a priority for that right now. Of course it's not Bruce. So either Cruz or Ansel, but either one of those could be off. It'll drop at least one of them, but it doesn't matter. It's at this point, it's just potential upgrades. And once I have them at max potential, I'll start dropping the tags for those. Spot. Spot is an option. I mean, it'll be an investment, but I could also do Spot instead of Shaw. Because if I had Spot, I can not deploy Amia for her damage and instead use that for Spot to heal in one of those areas. Actually, we could do Spot and J, because J acts as a fast redeploy at least. And between the two, that would definitely get me what I need. But then I have to invest in skills and everything as well. And skill books. So valuable right now. Or Yato. Yato's expensive. You're really, Yato doesn't shine until you have all the potentials, just to reduce the cost by 2. And she have to be, I guess she does. So fast redeployment, you gotta level her up, but to 30 is not bad. It's not too expensive. Yato's an option too. Or Noir Corn. Actually, Noir Corn might save. Noir Corn might be all I need to save Lapland, because I can drop Noir Corn so that he's blocking some enemies. Just let him die and give Lapland time to get her skill 2 cooking. That would solve the top, but not the bottom. But that's 0 investment. I could literally just drop him as is and let him get beat up and die, because he has a high block amount. I mean, he'll hold out for at least a little bit. He'll also be getting perfumer heals, so his defense isn't great. What does he get with levels? A good amount of defense. I mean, that's more defense than Lapland has. Theoretically, I probably get more out of Noir Corn than Yato. And I was actually planning on raising them, I just didn't know exactly when. The rest of them, no. At least not right now. Probably eventually lance it again to 30. But, something for me to think about. I could drop... She's a bit more expensive than Noir Corn, but I could drop her in front of Lapland as well. I just don't know if I have the DP for it, because I'm still using... because Fang. Oh my god. It always comes back to Fang. Alright. Anyways, that's me signing off for the day.